7 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new week with kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 205-824-4597. That's 205-8-BIGLY-7. Toll-free number still down, and so we'll roll with the 205-824-4597 number. If you want to get in touch with the show, that's how you do it. 205-824-4597. Busy weekend. We'll recap. Hope all of you loved. We were just talking about it off air. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, with a good friend of the show, Rich Wingo. That is still there for you. And all of the podcasts. You can go there and check out the podcast channel. Ada does a great job as well, getting that ready for YouTube, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook. It's all there. Just search Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Today is a charity charge day. We'll explain, but first let's bring everybody in. I just mentioned Eddie Van Adler. He's here to my right, Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Good. Wow, that was a lot to take in. I forgot about charity charge.
Yeah.
Wingo fired me up over the weekend, and goodness gracious.
I tell you, it's a lot happening today, and it is January's charity charge, benefiting the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, where 10% of food sales goes to the charity of the month, and today it is the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So if you go out and enjoy some wings and some great lunch or dinner, this does also take care of carry-outs and stuff like that. So the 10% of food sales covers that. Check it out today at Buffalo Wild Wings. Participating stores or restaurants are in the Birmingham market, but all of you, I know, participate in that when you can, and so we appreciate that. Just another great day today if you're out and about. Well, we had some teams play in the divisional championship games this past weekend. So Super Bowl 55 is set. Tampa Bay will host none other than the Kansas City Chiefs. They go back. It was quite a little Sunday afternoon if you were able to catch some of that. I know some of the staff was. I missed half the game with Tampa. Actually the second half of the Tampa Bay Green Bay game. I missed it, so I didn't see how it ended. Even though I've gone back and looked now at the highlights. Saw the first half, and then I saw the second half of the Chiefs game. So kind of missed a little bit in between there. But hey, wow, we had some good football yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Brady, he's just headed right back to another Super Bowl.
He is.
How about that?
He is.
10.
Just a couple of little stats here.
10 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
For them.
Tampa Bay becomes the first team in 55 years to play a home Super Bowl. They'll actually host, which is kind of crazy.
Yep.
Brady going to his 10th Super Bowl, as you just mentioned. And here's a kicker. He got $500,000 for winning yesterday. So some little incentives there.
I saw the first quarter and the fourth quarter of that game, and then I saw the first half of the second game into the third quarter.
Yeah.
But and Brady didn't have his best game, but now the first half he was on fire.
Yeah.
It was crazy good.
Yeah.
And then the second half he had a few picks, but he managed the game well.
And
he let the defense. That defense is brutal.
The defense is
they
took care of those mistakes.
They really did.
They did.
And he made some very smart decisions toward the end to allow his defense to get back on the. I know that sounds funny, but when you little things like, hey, don't take the sack and get us out of field goal range. We need that 3 points.
Right.
Just manage the clock really well. It was really good. Bruce Arians, I was telling y'all earlier, it was funny. I saw an interview with him yesterday, and he says that anytime he can't get anyone to do anything in that organization, he tells Tom to go tell him to do it. He said it's amazing. And it's also like comparing it to our kids. You know, if I told my son to do something and he didn't, one of y'all two could tell him and he'd do it.
Yeah.
And it was funny hearing him talk about that.
Yeah.
And Mahomes looked great. Nothing from last week was lingering. It didn't appear to be. I saw him limping a couple times.
His toe was the biggest issue. They said they were more worried about that. The concussion. They say anytime anything happens above your shoulders, it's labeled as a head injury.
Yeah.
But really, Greg, and you touched on it, it was his oxygen that was cut off that got him all wobbly. Because we were like, okay, he didn't look like he hit that hard,
Now, the defensive back last night, did you say that? The complete opposite. His body hit and his head hit.
Yeah.
He was out.
He was out, yeah.
When your head whips on the ground when your body hits first, wow.
Yeah.
Two things. So back to Brady. I did think it was cool last night that after the game he was screaming to talk to his son, one of his kids that were up there, and I was laughing because the woman's security guard that was up there, he asked her, he's like, "Ma'am, can I see my son or whatever?" She goes, "What are you going to tell Tom Brady in that moment?
Yeah.
You're going to tell him no?"
And uniform, helmet, and everything.
Yeah, and so that was a pretty special moment. And Greg, I understand you really liked listening to Tony Romo last night.
Golly, and then they said, "Oh, we'll be back for the Super Bowl," so they're calling it.
Yeah.
Look, I get it. And Romo signed a huge contract. Remember?
Yeah.
People bidding for him.
Uh-huh.
I just can't take him. He bothers. I wish I had Joe Buck and Troy so much instead of this. But, I mean, I get it. He's backed off a little when he tries to call what's going to happen before the snap, but he still does it, and it's just that just gets on my nerves. I want to watch the game. Don't tell me what's about to happen before it happens.
Yeah.
Is it more of a bip to you that he's right most of the time?
Yeah. That bothers me, and his voice bothers me. He's like that guy at the party that knows everything.
Yeah.
No matter what somebody else brings up. Yeah, I know what. That's who he is. He's that guy.
Do you think at any point Jim Nantz it gets on his nerves?
I think it does. Has to.
Somebody
I bet you $5 right here they're gonna do this. Underneath. Underneath. Right. Oh, look, got the tight end. He's got him. Oh, yep. See.
somebody put together a little piece of video.
Call the game, buddy. We don't need you.
Back when
it's
Brady,
not called guess the play.
Yeah.
That's not what it's called.
When
Just
Brady was
call
with the
game.
Patriots and Romo guessed or rightly predicted every play in the entire drive. Got it right.
And I don't want to hear that.
Well, the Chiefs go into Super Bowl 55 with a 3.5-point favorite to win, and we'll see how that plays out.
I thought Andy Reid looked good in that mask he had.
He does. He's got that mask,
like a beak.
And then the little coach. Excuse. I just hiccuped.
Wow.
I just hiccuped live. Hiccuped live.
That was I
don't know what that is.
That was big.
How about
too.
that?
What's wrong with it?
I don't know.
You got a good jar there.
No problem.
I thought Tampa Bay's defense was over there.
How about when he wears
knocking
the
you
coach's talk back around his chest?
Oh, yeah.
Around over his shoulder, like it's a gun.
He'll be so glad when these masks are gone. To me, it feels like he's
I
more
can't believe I just
comfortable
did that.
than anybody else with their mask on.
Yeah.
It's all wadded up. He's trying to stick the microphone up in it. Goodness
What just happened there?
No.
Where is that?
Well, I was going to say,
I got to tell you, out of all the years of
usually
me
don't-
on the air, I'd never have done that.
Well, and you usually don't do that just once. It's usually a.
I know. I just did one prop.
See,
Kevin
it's
Callaway
almost-
wouldn't have done it.
See,
No.
you might have to deal with this for a little while.
Well, thanks, buddy. How's your breathing? So it's scheduled to be 5:30 Central Time, February 7th there at Tampa Bay. So,
By the way, you worried my mom the other day, Friday, when you were asking about me.
well,
wheezing.
you were wheezing.
Yeah, I know.
It was hard for you to take a deep
First thing
breath.
she asked me, I called her Friday, and she said, "Hey, how's you wheezing?"
So you're wheezing.
Mm-hmm.
So she was concerned.
Wow. Sorry about that.
Probably been
I
thinking
can't
about it all
believe
day.
I just did that.
That was funny.
It just happened.
I knock on wood. It's been a while since I've hiccuped at all.
Wow, there went another one. What's going on? All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. So we're just flopping all over the place here, looking back at the NFL games yesterday. But Super Bowl 55 is set. Tampa Bay and Kansas City. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. It's the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. The phone number to look at is 205-824-4597. That's 205-8-BIGLY-7. The 866 line still getting worked on, so we'll go with that one again today. Still get you in touch with the show, 205-8-BIGLY-7. So we look back at this past weekend. Super Bowl 55 is set, and now that means it's your favorite time of the year. The two of you, I'm looking over to my right. Good Time Gang is here, Greg and Helmsy and Adler. It's time for the Super Bowl commercials to be leaked. I see where a lot of big sponsors are just opting out, and they're not going to be a part of the Super Bowl, Coca-Cola being one of them.
Oh, wow.
And they didn't really say why, but it just said it looks like there's going to be some that aren't participating. But we still look forward to the Super Bowl commercials.
Not since they ruined it.
But I just wonder what it'll look like this year. It's just
it's not as
I mean, I looked up and I saw the screen, and they had put some out. It looked like about 5 or 6. They're normally pretty big staples in Super Bowl commercials. They said opting out of advertising in this Super Bowl. But
I guess they were looking at I don't know. So how much per second now? Is it per minute?
Yeah, really. It normally is pretty entertaining. Part of the show, if you don't know, Rick and Bubba love to get the scoop on Super Bowl commercials. Helmsy and Greg do not like it.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
it
doesn't
I'm gonna save the speech this year, but I don't understand.
Yeah.
I thought the whole thing was, hey, watch the Super Bowl to see these commercials for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder. You said that about Coke. I know Pepsi's really getting behind. I wonder if that's part of it. If they've just said, hey, look, we're going.
I don't know. I mean, normally you have the no
battles.
pun intended,
Yeah.
the classic
Yeah.
Coca-Cola commercial that
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I like the one they've been running. Is it blind? I don't know who it is. The Weekend that's doing the Super Bowl halftime show.
Yeah, your favorite,
Oh, my
Greg.
gosh.
All right,
You
so-
talk how about this? There's no way I'll watch 1 second.
All
of
right,
that.
so and that's not what I'm talking about. I don't care anything about that song or the
You love
songs or that guy. I probably won't watch much of it either, Greg, as far as that goes. But the Pepsi commercial where they're all singing this, whatever that one song is, Blinding Lights, I think it's called, and they're different scenarios and situations and circumstances, and then the main guy pulls up and the guy in the toll booth that's letting him in the stadium is sitting there dancing. That's funny.
Yeah, it
And
is.
so I expect more of that as we get closer. But no, I don't want to see them till the Super Bowl. It kind of ruins.
Yeah.
It really ruins it for me if it's not a good game. Because
Right.
I know.
what I love about the Super Bowl is if it's not a good football game, then we've all can rely on that and lean on that.
Every break, because they
Yeah.
take a break.
Yeah, but if
go,
we
"This ought to be
if we
good."
take the entire week and watch all of them,
Right.
then there's nothing else to watch. So Greg, you're in on the super halftime show.
Yeah, I'm all about that. The Weekend. First of all, who named
I don't know.
himself The
Yeah.
Weekend?
Yeah.
I have heard
And
that
I know
song,
who he
that main
is,
song.
but I just don't. I mean, and this is nothing against him or his talent. I just am not interested in that style. It's just not my thing. But and the halftime, I don't think he's worthy of Super Bowl halftime. Is he that popular?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm just that disconnected.
Yeah, I didn't even, Greg. I didn't even know who he was. I didn't even know. I knew
him
I've
because
heard
he had
that
this weird
song.
hairdo at one time.
Yeah.
And then he performed at some awards this year, and he had his face all bandaged up like he'd been beat up or something. He's a little odd.
So looking back here at this, what we were originally bringing up about the commercials, Super Bowl 55 and Coca-Cola not being a part of it. They were sitting here talking about the classic Coca-Cola commercials.
Yeah, now that
I'd
is
like
weird,
to
them not
buy
being
the
part
world a Coke. Mean Joe Green, Hey Kid Catch, all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. I mean, they're known for it, so it's going to feel weird. Hyundai and avocado, they're not going to be a part of it.
The avocado's usually been there.
Right. There's some
reading.
different brands here that
I'm reading. Now listen to this, and this is the society we live in, where everybody's scared to death to talk and say things and
Oh,
put things in
yes.
commercials. This particular article from the New York Post is talking about what you're talking about, Speedy, and it said this is the title: Big Super Bowl ads bow out because struggle with tone. They don't know what to do.
I
They don't
agree.
know what to do with
I
them. They're
agree
like, look,
100%.
this is not worth us jumping into and diving in this pool if everybody's going to jump on us.
Exactly. I think that's a valid
And
point
so-
because that was the whole point of a lot of these commercials. It was funny, it was humorous, and sometimes that type of things that we used to could say that were funny
Yeah.
now are considered offensive, and people are lined up and ready to attack.
Well,
so they're thinking, why spend millions of dollars and then
one more thing the left has ruined.
Yeah.
Right
Well,
here.
Yeah, and
That's
Dick-
just fact.
and
Everybody needs to lighten up. How about this? I say anything goes when it comes to comedy, and if you don't like that particular comedy, don't listen to it.
Right. Well, last
on.
year, we didn't know because of where we are. Think about COVID-19, and we didn't know right now last year what was going to take place. They brought in a record $435 million in Super Bowl ads. Okay. But now this is the first COVID Super Bowl, and so that's a factor as well. Now, Helmsy, help me on this one because we had talked about Pepsi. Isn't it the Pepsi halftime show?
It is.
This is a weird line. It says last year won't break any records. However, now that Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Hyundai have decided to pass, I don't understand that. Are they hosting the Super Bowl halftime, just not having a commercial?
Yeah,
I guess I don't know, but that's one of the storylines is that. Some of the big brands bowing out of the Super Bowl.
Ford's out.
Ads.
Little Caesars is out.
Yeah.
I guess all has Budweiser and Dorito. Because they're always.
Hyundai's out.
Yeah.
Olay is out. Avocados, remember that? Avocados from Mexico. They're out.
I never understood why they were on there anyway. But
I don't want to see another Pringles commercial. Like they were doing last year. Y'all got to up your
weird
game
when that old
bit.
cartoon that turns into a skeleton head. What
Scares
was that?
me a little bit.
I don't even know what that
It
is.
does.
I like Pringles, but y'all gonna have to come up with something new.
Yeah.
Tired of seeing that guy.
What about Puppy
Cartoon.
Monkey Baby?
Oh, no.
That was funny.
Are you kidding me? I like that one so much. We got it.
Baby.
Is that not the greatest ever?
That's a weird commercial.
Guys, we named an intern after
sure did.
that commercial.
We did. That was a strange
And on the
one.
phone.
Puppy. Monkey. Baby.
How many years ago was that?
What, 5?
Oh, my
You
goodness.
stole a number out there, Hal?
It sounded good to me. I went ahead and went with it. God.
Oh, man.
That's good stuff. I don't care who you are.
Well, I hope there are some out there that we don't know about that we'll watch and go, man, that was good. That we're talking about the next day.
Yeah.
That's what I hope.
Right.
Or a week before when we see it.
Get ready for that.
Yeah.
All right, some little side stories.
How's your
there.
hiccup been going?
It's good. I don't know
Is it
what
going
happened
away?
there. Now that no, thanks, buddy. You just reminded me of it. If you missed it, first segment, I hiccuped on live on the air,
Really loud.
uncontrollably. It just came out in the middle of the sentence. I was like, "Hi." We'll take a break. We'll come back. You're listening to the Kickoff Hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. This part of the show is made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. This is a great, technology is really something else. I mean, in certain areas, it has really helped, and this can make your business stronger. You remember the old cork board we used to, hey, help wanted, we need help, and then you just hope somebody walks by. Well, now your business could be stronger in a major way for free. This in the new year, and you're trying to sit there and get your business plans, and maybe you're a small business owner out there, and you need someone that can start soon, but hey, you're not sure how to find that right employee. Well, when it comes to your business, let LinkedIn Jobs help you with the next hire. Right now, you can go to LinkedIn Jobs. They can help. As a listener of this show, they'll even do it for free. They feature an active community of professionals with more than 722 million members worldwide. So get started. It's easier than ever, and it's pretty quick as well. You can even manage job posts, contact candidates from your mobile device, anywhere, anyhow. Just go to linkedin.com/Bubba, post your job for free as a listener of this show, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Like I said, I mean, it's free, and who doesn't like free? I know I'm raising my hand right now. Check them out, linkedin.com/Bubba. Post that job for free as a listener of the show, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Larry King died at the age of 87.
You going to?
That happened over the weekend? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Married 8 times. Can you believe that?
Wow.
8 times.
8 times.
What a run.
But what's
you were
great,
Speedy.
Here we go.
Peel his peaches for
He
him.
did.
No, I
Sure
did
did.
not.
If y'all had any.
I interned at CNN for the Larry King show, but I worked out of Atlanta. He was D.C., so I never saw him. But the running
Drew a
joke,
bath for him one time.
the running
forgot
joke
about
is
that.
that
I
some of the
forgot.
interns that were at D.C. were actually having to peel his peaches. He loved peaches.
Did you have a moment of silence when you got the news?
No. I mean, I just and I know Rick's going to claim he thought he had already passed away.
Well, yeah.
Because
I kinda thought he did,
anybody
too.
Rick doesn't see within
I know.
6 months to 8 months, he'll just think you're
And
passed.
he's had a few health scares, I believe.
Yeah.
We all thought he might.
Right.
Larry King. I never really got him. I mean, he's an icon.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe because I didn't see him till later in his career when he had them weird shoulders
Right.
with them suspenders, and he had, he had a strange look. I know the man died. I'm not, but he had a strange look. He did. Sorry.
Right. Go ahead and take
Doesn't
a
make
sip.
him a bad person.
Go ahead, take a sip. You're good.
Y'all thought he didn't have a strange look?
I thought one of my big moments as interning is I was able to edit B-roll for the show to open, and so he's reading on the teleprompter like, okay, this is what's coming up, and then you have to find video to match what he's saying.
Oh, that was your deal.
And we would normally get that about maybe mid-afternoon, because there would always be, you had exactly who the guest was, but then you had the news of the day and how it was going to change. And so you got, okay, here's the topics. It could be this or the president or this, whatever. And so you'd have to run down to the CNN video library and check out all the tapes. And so I'm just going to say it was for the president or something like that. So then you go, and then everything on the president is in the library, and you go, okay, I'm gonna go check out these, and these. And so you come back up, and you're carrying a bunch of video, and then you sit down and you just try to find what the topic is. And
Wow.
and so the first time I ever saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, look, Larry King's talking, and that's my video.
Oh, Larry, me and him are kind of like partners. Were you Kevin Calloway there too? Or were you?
Yeah, because what I was doing is I was interning. Didn't have a place to stay. Buddy of mine who I graduated with, he had a job over in Atlanta, and he said I could sleep on his couch.
Well,
And so I went and
that's all
slept
you
on his
needed.
couch, and I had one of those little rods in the back of the Prelude that I drove, Honda Prelude with and only one light worked. They both worked, but the one
They go up and
the
down.
up and down, and so it looked like I was winking at
Yeah,
everybody.
one stayed up all the time.
Yeah, and I had a little rack in the back, and I would hang my clothes back there, and that was my closet.
All right.
But the air conditioner didn't work in it.
Oh,
And so,
That's brutal.
And so what I would do is, and I think he was right around the Marietta area. So I had, about a 20, 25-minute trip into downtown where CNN is located. But I'd always just be sweating because it was so hot.
And the window down.
So I would take my clothes and I would change there, because if not, I'm a sweaty mess.
Yeah.
And then I would get there and then I'd come back on the weekends to your question about Kevin Calloway, and I'd work at the radio station on the weekends. I'd drive back.
Busy man.
Yeah, one of the most stressful moments is, and gosh almighty, things have changed with direct deposit and stuff. But back then, it was just they would hand you a check,
Yeah,
right?
you didn't get to the bank.
Well, I mean, I was surviving off the check I made at the radio station, okay? So I was driving back to Gadsden, Alabama from Atlanta, and I had the sunroof up and my windows down like I liked it, and I'm headed back to Atlanta, just got paid, got a check. And I'd be dadgum if the wind didn't catch it and my check flew out the top of the sunroof.
You got to be kidding me.
On the interstate. No, on the interstate. And I'll tell you where it is. It's between, sorry for being local, the main Oxford exit where the high school is.
Yeah.
And the mall. Between there and I think it's exit 188, which is the new big exit right now.
It blew
in
out
Oxford.
right there.
Yeah, the Chakalaka exit.
Yeah.
It blew out. So I pull over and at the time, time I had no money. I needed
it was a must.
I needed that check.
It flew out of your car.
It flew out the sunroof, and I saw it. It was like it was floating down.
You went one grab, couldn't get it.
Yeah, and it landed, in between the east and westbound lanes, and it was the median. But it was a big old wide median or whatever. But I get out, and I get to walking around, and I bet you it took me 30, 35 minutes, and I finally found it.
You did find it?
Had a little bit of mud on it.
Sure it
But I
did.
finally found it and got back in the car.
Oh, my.
But when that thing flew out, I was like, you are
Your
kidding
heart
me.
sunk.
Yeah, because it's not like, hey, I'll just wait. I'll get them to issue me another one. No.
So
I
you
mean,
were
I
out
wasn't
there
going to.
stomping
I
around
wasn't
in
going
the
to eat.
median.
I wasn't going to eat if that took place.
Oh, that's so good.
I mean, straight up, But yeah, isn't that crazy?
That's horrible.
It is horrible.
But you stayed with it till you found it.
I stayed with. Well,
he
I
had to. He's
I had
fighting
to.
for a meal.
I
That's
had
it.
to,
Either starve or you might as well eat grass in the median.
Yeah. And I forget what time of day it was, but it was the time of day where nobody was at the office. Nobody's working, so it's not like they were like, "Oh yeah, come back. We'll issue you another one." I want to say it might have been a Sunday afternoon because I was going back for the Monday. That's probably what it was.
That's
I can't remember exactly, but yeah, that's a true
Goodness
story.
gracious.
Flew right out the car. I think about that every time, because Tyler played at JSU for so long, and I would always go when they were redoing the baseball stadium. They played at Chakalaka Park.
Yeah.
And so every
there to that
time,
exit.
I would just run that constantly, and every time I passed, and I would go, well, there it is.
There's
I
where
was
my
stomping
check
around.
blew up in the air.
And I know I shouldn't have
that's
pulled over and
bad
done
luck,
that, but that's how it happened.
That's bad luck.
Oh my gosh, the time. All right, so
Wow.
today, Greg, I know you love stuff like this. Helmsy, you live for it too. Today is
Live for
National Opposite Day.
What's
in the
that? What
world?
does that even mean?
National
You gotta
Opposite Day.
Explain that to me.
They, regardless of what you think, today is a day where you need to do and say the opposite of what you usually do.
Well, say
that's
that.
gonna
Say
be-
the opposite of what you meant or mean.
Wow.
Mm.
That's gonna
Opposite
that'll
day.
be difficult to do.
I've said that to my kids before because I'll
I
tell
don't
them to
know.
do something, they do something else. I'm like, what is it, opposite day?
Yeah.
You just totally did opposite of what I just asked you to
Okay.
do. So,
So we got
there
a
you
day
go.
called that.
Yeah.
You gonna try to do it?
I don't know.
So like I normally, never mind.
What?
No.
What do you normally
I'm
do?
full. I don't need
That
any
was the-
breakfast. It's the opposite. I normally say I'm starving when we're going to get breakfast.
Well, and that
Huh?
I was going to do something like Mondays. I normally print off upcoming events and to update for Rick. I ain't doing it today.
Nah.
The opposite day.
It's opposite day.
It's opposite day. Not doing it.
Usually
Sorry.
respond to all the emails. Nope, not today.
Not today.
Normally we use 866 We Be Big. Opposite day. No, we're going to use 205-824-4597.
I think from now on.
It's unbelievable that still doesn't work.
No. Don't know how that can't get resolved. But that is the number again today, 205-824-4597, 205-8-BIGLY-7, 205-8-BIGLY-7. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We might do some unscreened phone calls at 205-8-BIGLY-7. Got a few other stories, and then Rick and Bubba join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Today is Charity Charge Day with Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show, benefiting to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So get out and have some great food and enjoy some fellowship at a local Buffalo Wild Wings in the Birmingham area. 10% of food sales of participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund today. And we thank Tim and the crew with Buffalo Wild Wings for another great month together. And today is the January Charity Charge. So get out and have some fun.
Had something. I did something yesterday that I never do, and I'm not sure if you're in this world. I think he is, but I want to see if he does this. Because I know your dad does, Greg.
All right.
I just felt like it got late yesterday. I never drink coffee late, never. Like I have coffee in the morning, and I never have any outside of that.
Oh, I do. Not all the time.
And yesterday,
it's not a problem.
about 4:15, 4:30, I don't know. I'm sitting there watching the game. We're in Green Bay. It's cold, and it's nasty at our house. Raining, foggy. I thought, I'm going to give me a cup of Joe.
Yeah.
And I sat there and drank coffee for the next hour and a half. Of course, then I couldn't go back to sleep. And I was quickly reminded why I don't drink coffee in the afternoons.
Do I keep you up?
It kept me up.
Oh,
So do y'all do y'all coffee drink in the afternoon?
Not all the time, but I will.
Okay.
Especially in the winter when it's cold.
Speedy?
Something like that. Yeah.
I'm not. We've talked about this. I've never really been a coffee drinker ever. You guys have pulled me in to where I might have a cup a day, maybe. The other day I was having fun with Adler. I was telling him, this is my first cup of coffee in 2021. I just don't drink a whole lot. Yeah. So that's not a problem with me.
Mandy even got on me.
Anything with caffeine in it or something like that, I do try to make sure I don't have anything like after 2:30 or 3 because I don't.
So that's normally what I do.
And I don't want to mojo myself, so I'm going to stop there. But let me just say, can I talk about past history? Caffeine, when it comes to my world, caffeine or whatever, really, it has not. And I'm talking about history.
Yeah.
I don't want to mojo because I'll sit there and look at the ceiling tonight. I haven't. It doesn't really affect me as far as being able to go to sleep. It hasn't in the past.
You're right. It'll give me a little boost.
Yeah.
Like when I first wake up.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't last. It
Right.
wouldn't. I can drink coffee late and go to bed an hour later and sleep fine.
Yeah.
I think it all depends on what I do during the day. And yesterday was a pretty lazy day, so I wasn't tired.
Yeah.
And so it automatically just kind of kept me up. But
I would drink coffee late, especially in the winter.
Yeah.
But I go sit on the porch.
Amanda got
or
on me.
something.
She's like, "Are you drinking coffee right now?"
Did you do that because football was on? You wanted to stay up and not
I don't
be
know.
tired?
I just felt like I felt like I was in the stadium at Green Bay at one point. And I
Always
thought
go
I'd
to
probably
decaf.
want to.
All right,
I know people that do that.
Raise your
I don't know the
hand.
point, but yeah.
Selfishly, raise your hand if you wanted snow in Green Bay and it had already gotten through there and it was cold.
It
now.
looked like it wasn't cold.
know.
You
Yeah, I
know,
know, yeah.
From the look of it, the sun was out until you'd see them over in their mouth.
Oh yeah,
you
they're
know,
just
but
freezing.
I'm like you. I was expecting snow and all that, but it was a big old nice sunny shiny day.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it was cold.
Yeah. And speaking of a nice sunshiny day, it was pleasant where we were, and I tried to get out around maybe 1:30, I guess, and take Jack for a walk. Jack's one of my dogs.
Yeah.
It got Leo and Jack, by the way. Leo and Jack. Leo, I'm
Leo's
not
little
too
something wrong with
I'm
him.
not too sure about him, but he's a lot of fun because he'll do anything.
Yeah.
Jack, he's a little older,
More mature.
Hey, what's going on?
Some
here?
wisdom with Jack.
Like every time the door opens, Leo's up running around, and Jack's like, I know what they're doing. You know, he just sits back. He's the veteran. Well, I had taken Leo for a walk, and y'all might think, well, that's not a big deal. Well, we have the underground pet stop fence.
I don't think that at all.
And so they're not
experienced
going to go to the end of the driveway and just walk out. They stop even if they don't have the collar on because they're trained to know, hey, something's there, and I'm not going to get popped. So if you ever have to take them for a walk, you put them in the truck like you're leaving and going somewhere. You can literally drive 2 houses down, stop, get out, and they'll go for a walk. Leo will. So I guess it was Saturday. I said, you know what? I'm taking Leo for a walk / run because I wanted to run, and I'm like, let's just see if
You want to be
Leo
that guy
do.
running with this dog.
And I'm like, hey, you know what? We'll do some walking, we'll do some running. Let's just see. And it's like I was in the Iditarod, man. Leo gets out there. He's pulling the leash, and I'm running a lot further than I wanted to, a little bit faster than I wanted to as well.
Yeah.
He's loving it. So I send a little shot to the family, and all the boys come back. Well, what about Jack? Well, you just left Jack at home? Well, I'm like, Jack won't go for a walk, and we talked about this with you, Helmsy, when you kept the dogs when we were showing the house when we moved last year or year before last.
You told me you dumped them off on him.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, Sunday is Jack's day. Here we go. Going out with Jack. He gets so excited. He wants the leash on. He wants his little walking collar, you know, and all this kind of stuff. And so he's like all about, jumps in my truck. I got the window down. He's got his head out. He is just fired up. But then we open the door to go for a walk, and he sits down. He will not budge.
Puts the brakes on.
And I had even planned for it. I had even broken up a bunch of treats. And I'm like, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll treat him to get going.
Get
you
him
know,
going. Get him
come on.
rolling.
Oh, look here. Oh, come on. Before you know it, we're walking. Wouldn't have anything to do with it.
Just sets and locks it down.
Locks it down.
It's
and
not
I don't
like him.
I don't know what's going on. I don't
Something
know
about the leash he doesn't
if he
like.
thinks he's going to get. I don't know. I don't know what
you're
it is.
giving it. You're leading him off to give him away. I don't know.
I don't know, but I
To
want
leave him, to abandon him. Maybe
I
he
got-
thinks that.
I
I
got-
thought he's coming back to my house.
Yeah.
I got from here to the golden
Too many
ticket seats
kids.
from
I
my
don't want to go
truck.
there.
He's scared.
He's scared. of
Here's how
kids.
smart he is, though. He would walk back to the truck. So we got this
He
far
knew.
from the truck.
He
And it's
knew.
like, well, okay, I haven't said like he can understand. Okay, buddy, what do you want to do? You lead the way.
Yeah.
And he just went right back to the truck. And he'd walk there.
He wanted to go home.
He's ready to go home. So I'm like, okay.
So, all right, he's off the list of your running
He's off the
partner.
list. I mean, but now Leo, I could be that guy if you want me to
Here
for a
comes the
while.
dog runner.
Yeah, I could be the dog runner.
I
You seen
heard-
those people?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He cut in front of me one time, and we almost went to
See,
tumbling.
Buddy runs with me, but he'll take off and start.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have him on a leash because
Yeah.
that would be a disaster.
Right.
But then he'll peel off, and he
Uh-huh.
goes away.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, about halfway through, he'll appear again and
Yeah.
like try to knock me down.
Now,
He'll
what about
cut-
Marty?
Marty hadn't been there yet, and I guarantee you, Marty will run with me. but I try to avoid the times Marty's visiting to run because he's bigger. He's bigger than Buddy, and he'd probably take me down. He's very friendly, but I could see him cutting me off. But so I try not to run when Marty's there, even though he's there a lot now, and he keeps dragging stuff out of the garage, which Buddy don't do. I think there's a big box laying out in the yard, and I knew who did it.
Yeah, well, he takes your mail too. So
He took a styrofoam cooler out there the other day.
really,
He got it off a table.
What?
Yeah, he must have pulled up on it.
That's gonna get on your nerves.
Yeah. He's a good dog. I'm just gonna close the door when he's there.
But I thought, this will be a fun afternoon. I'm gonna walk with Jack.
Everybody's gonna say, "Look at me."
And I was back in 10 minutes. Terry's like, "What's up?" I'm
Well,
like,
now you can go. Look, I tried.
I can't take him for a drag.
That'd be tough.
It would.
What if you had? What if you've been forcing him to go?
Yeah. Well, so a couple of houses could see me trying to get him going, and I'm like, I bet you, here I am pulling on him.
Get you one of them cattle prods. You can hit him with that.
Yeah.
Got to get him up.
I don't know if any of y'all have that problem, and how to resolve it. But he is, and he's a smart little guy too. Because I would walk out the length of the leash and go, "Here you go, buddy," and it was his favorite snack. I'm talking about one he goes nuts over. He would just sit and go, "I ain't doing that."
We tried.
You can't even get me with a
Leo
snack.
must have gotten his ear.
Lisa tried to walk Chloe one time, and she put this harness on her, and it's like you had just shut her off. She just sat down where the minute and wouldn't go forward, back, or nothing. The harness just collapsed her. She wanted nothing to do with it.
Really?
I said, that's good. Good harness.
Yeah,
Glad
good
we
harness.
got that.
Yeah, I'm glad we spent money on that.
I've never
one.
been in a situation where I've had to really walk a dog on a leash.
Well, I
Right,
guess
you
the
know.
last time was when you. Now y'all got Jack to walking a little bit.
We got both of them to walk. Both of them.
But it
were.
was the girls that got him.
Probably so. Probably
Yeah.
Carolina Madeline.
Yeah.
We went to this little scenic area and
Yeah.
pulled off and let them walk. And they were now at first at home. It was very similar to what you're describing. But
Yeah.
once we got to that spot, they were all in.
Yeah.
But you're right. They were just showing out for the
Yeah.
girls.
I've leashed Buddy to go to the vet,
Yeah.
and that don't go well.
Yeah.
But you have to, or he'll run in the road.
Sure. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us today. This hour starts, as is tradition, with the national anthem. It is 8 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Much to do today as we go forward. Wheel of Meat back in play again today. The toll-free number still isn't working, so make a note of that. I got some emails of people saying I'm trying to call the show and it says I can't get in. So know that you're not 866 We Be Big's not going to do it. 205-824-4597. 205-8-BIGLY-7. So 205-824-4597. I know. Some of you are going, now I got to have a new Rick and Bubba number. I know. Keep that one handy. Anytime we have to fall back on the Bigley. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler are all here today. Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge is working again today. Now, that is only the Alabama participating locations, but for those of you that are in those areas, Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, and Pell City, all of those are in play today. 10% of all the food sales will go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Thanks to all of you who continue to support that fund as we hand out these evangelical grants to ministries down the street, across the state, in this country, and then to the ends of the earth, just as we were instructed by our Lord and Savior. So thanks to all of you who will go out and enjoy that delicious food today. It will make a difference. So look over there. There he sits, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about you, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and those that are set and ready for the Super Bowl, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
I do believe in you, and I know you believe in me, Bubba. Chicago. Bubba, how do?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Well, we got a lot to uncover on the program today. For those of you that I know everything is weird, nothing as is the norm. Every little version of everything we have, but it looks like we do have a Super Bowl set, and it'll be another weird experience like everything else. But at least it is a Super Bowl, and
That's right. At least we're having one.
It will be the Chiefs against the Buccaneers.
2 weeks, that's a long time. And we were talking about this last night. What if, because you saw the celebration on the field last night when they get the various conference trophies.
Yep.
What if they have an outbreak of COVID?
I don't know.
What do we do then?
Who knows?
What if Brady, the whole offensive line, all come down? What do you do?
Well, a lot of things, obviously, and we talked about it. We were texting yesterday when the final came in. Tom Brady, this historic moment in NFL history that is the Tom Brady era, and the first time in 55 years.
Mm-hmm.
That
in the history of the NFL.
In the history of the entire NFL, a team will play the Super Bowl in their home stadium.
I know. Wow.
It's never happened.
Crazy.
Never happened.
Crazy.
The Tom Brady numbers are just staggering, Rick. He is going to play in his 10th Super Bowl and going for win number 7.
It's unbelievable.
And I heard one
he has played 21 years in the league.
They said, now I may have this wrong, somebody check me. Postseason touchdown passes, he has like over 80. The next closest to him is Montana with 40-something.
Wow.
He's doubling up a lot of the stats. It's crazy.
Well, you have to remember, like we talk about these arrows, you don't know what's going to happen before. And I know everybody goes, here he goes with the Babe Ruth thing, but I am going to do the Babe Ruth thing. It's one thing to be the person that, you go, well, you dominated our sport, and then somebody comes along later and beats it. But then you have to go back and go back to the era they played in and look how far away number 2 was.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Babe Ruth hit his 60 home runs, I think the next person was like in the teens.
Wow.
It's not like because overall, sometimes even what you accomplish may start getting diluted a little bit. But you have to go back to say, in that era, this person dominated everybody. No one was close.
Yep.
And Tom Brady, in a very highly competitive era of incredible quarterbacks, is the elite by far.
Yeah, nobody.
And Rick, he threw a couple of BBs yesterday on some slants when he had to have it. I mean, a deep slant, and I mean rear back and let it rip.
Yeah,
which I was impressed. You can't argue with a guy where he's at. How about this too? You talking about a turnaround year for the Bucs? 7-9 last year. This year going to the Super Bowl and hosting the Super Bowl.
Well, and everybody says, rightfully so, because it is a team sport. But you got to listen to Bubba's point here because it's important. Yes, they have a good offensive line. I didn't know this. People were telling us this when we were trying to decide, how he would do at Tampa Bay. Yes, he has good receivers. Gronk with him, but Gronk's old now, even though he got after it yesterday. And yes, they have a good defense, but a lot of those elements they had when they were 7-9.
Yeah.
So
they didn't change 20 players when Tom showed up. They added a few, but I mean, good night.
But something the leadership. So you can't miss that part.
Yeah.
I know he had 3 interceptions, I think, yesterday, whatever. But the leadership.
Yeah.
Just him being out there and being on that. When his presence came into that team, they now are going to the Super Bowl.
Well, that's a little misleading, too. One of the interceptions should have been caught. It was a tip ball that went right off the receiver's hands. Now, one of them, I can't decide if he was trying to throw it out because he got a blitz guy that bared down on him that didn't even get touched. And I couldn't decide if he was trying to just get it downfield or trying to throw it out of bounds. And anyway, the safety come over and picked it off. So, but I mean, it's still a pick, but it's not quite as bad. Usually, when you hear 3 interceptions, you think the quarterback had a terrible day, and that really wasn't the case. No.
Yeah, well, again, I go back to what I said before. No matter what kind of day he has, his presence on that team has made a huge difference. So
we'll talk about that in Kansas City too, man. They're beast.
Yeah, I didn't see any of it, but it sounds like they're having a quite little run right now. 15 minutes past, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
21 minutes past the hour.
Gonna be a big
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Will and meet back and play. Could happen at any time. We don't have the toll-free number working today, so when Harry Murdahl decides to sit down in his seat, you need to dial him at 205-824-4597. That's 205-824-BIGLY-7. So the Super Bowl is set. We are talking about that a little bit. I just have to listen to you guys break it down. I did not see one snap of either game. It just didn't come together. Got a better offer on the early game, and then the second game, I never got around to it. So, and had some stuff I needed to do. So I didn't see any of it. So I'm kind of sitting here with not much to say. But whatever you guys can bring to the table, go ahead.
Well, we already talked a little bit about the Bucs defeating Green Bay, which no easy task to go into Green Bay and win an NFC championship game. I mean, that's pretty impressive when you can do that. Kansas City defeated Buffalo 38-24, and I tell you, Kansas City, they're just a beast. I mean, their tight end Kelsey is just pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah.
And then Hill, their wideout, that he's one of the fastest, shiftiest runners I have ever. I mean, Rick, I don't know if you could catch him with a net. You know, I mean, he's just incredible. They have so many weapons. It's just, you know, does home field advantage for the Buccaneers help to, equalize that a little bit? I mean, on paper, it looks like it may be a pretty good matchup. You got the GOAT versus the only person that could ever probably dethrone the GOAT coming in as a young gun.
Possibly future GOAT.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. We'll see. It was
Kansas City always gets all. I don't know what their deal is. They always get off to a bad start, and they did yesterday too. It was 9-0. Bills had a chance to put on the extra point, missed it. 9-0, and you think, well, this is going to be a good game because at some point Mahomes and gang are they're gonna eventually get it together because they always do. But by about the third quarter, midways, to me, it really wasn't a good game. I felt like the Chiefs had it.
one of those games where even if the score didn't look all that bad, you never felt like they were in trouble.
I didn't.
Well, you never feel like they are. They can score almost at will. It's just
the Hill kid. I can't. The way he moves and just stops on a dime. Mm-hmm. Never seen anything like it.
Bubba, you're not trying.
feet.
I hear you a little bit starting to be kind of a Kansas City fan. I know.
Careful.
You've always had a Mahomes thing, and I know Speedy's.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed with McKinnon, but I'm also impressed with the Bucks. Man, what a job they did.
So Mahomes is what, 25? I think.
Yeah,
I think that's his age.
Yeah,
and it's amazing to see. You know, because the guys that are Tom Brady's age, you know, Drew Brees,
43.
43.
20,
you know,
how many years has he been in the league? 20?
21.
Guys, there's not anybody left that's going to play 21
And
years.
he's going to his 10th Super Bowl. He goes to Super Bowl every other year.
Yeah, and he's won 6 up to this point.
And remember, one of those years he had a broke leg. He couldn't play.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. It really is. But to see kind of like what he's been able to do, and a lot of the guys that are his age have retired now. And then I guess you got Phillip Rivers retiring, right?
Yeah.
Drew Brees is probably going to retire. Who knows Aaron Rodgers' future? I have no idea. But, I mean, it's just amazing to see what he's able to do and what he's able to accomplish. And then you got Mahomes, and then you got Josh Allen, and then you got that age group, Lamar Jackson, and you got
Herbert's good.
Yeah, we think.
That whole group.
And think about this. Brady signed a 2-year deal. He's got another $25 million waiting on him next year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He did sign a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Made a $500,000
million.
for yesterday's win. Little incentive.
That'll motivate you.
$500,000 a day.
Yeah. I was also looking at, and I know when I look at headlines I should just wait, but I looked up and I just saw, and I'm not I'm just wondering, did I just see, because we announced it, and of course, Bubba, you couldn't, did I just see there's a push, and at least they're starting a campaign to name the Atlanta Braves after Hank Aaron?
The Atlanta Hammers.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Was that it, the Atlanta Hammers? Okay, because I was wondering, they're not going to call them the Atlanta Hanks. Or
No, Hammers.
The Atlanta Hammers.
Yeah.
And get
Hammer
rid
and
of,
Hank.
And get rid of the Braves.
I would not be surprised at anything nowadays at all.
Love Hank. Absolutely love Hank. He was one of those when I was a little kid that I looked to and said, I wore 44 because of Hank Aaron.
And I told you, he's the first athlete I can remember knowing who he was.
If they do that, I will wait on the new Nashville team to make landfall, and I will join those ranks. That's ridiculous.
That started on social media last week.
Why don't you call them the Hammer and Hanks?
Can I tell you something, though?
Why don't you call them the Braves?
Can I tell you something, though? I understand everything y'all were saying about the bipness of it.
It is.
But I kind of like the Hammers. That's actually kind of cool. You know what I mean?
I like it. I just don't like the way it's being
got all
handled.
that. Yeah, and I understand.
Maybe it'd be a new team, and they're called the Hammers.
Right. The Nashville Hammers.
Yeah.
I
Hank play for 'em,
what kills me is that's true. It didn't really count.
It would make 0 sense for
It's
sure.
none. No sense.
But anyway, that's what
I just again though I think it's a lot of wasted effort. It doesn't do anything for anybody. Sorry.
yeah.
The way I saw it on social media is if they ever had to change their name or it ever got to it, this would be what we'd like.
Sure.
I don't think there's a big push for it to be renamed.
You remember the candy bar, O. Henry?
Yeah, well, I will say this, Speedy. I understand what you're saying, but the fact that I just saw it run across ABC is if it does get out there and everybody see a lot of people right now don't know about it, but if they hear about it, it could turn into a movement. real quick.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, now we got another.
Nothing
twist.
is impossible these days.
No. Like say, I'm not going to eat any cornbread unless somebody tells me something's in the room. You know what I mean? I don't go out and look for it, but if somebody tells me there's something in there, next thing you know, I'm all in it.
Yeah, great point.
So we'll see how that goes. And Bubba, I know you can't announce this. Larry King's dead at 87.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Rick Speedy's morning.
Stop
he used
it.
to peel his peaches.
Yeah. And and is it true that Angie Dixon's going to do a eulogy?
All right.
Well, he'll need a whole pew for all his ex-wives.
Yeah, he's got a few.
Bubba.
8 of them, Rick. 8.
8.
Eight.
I thought that
For some reason, I had it at 6.
There's even
it's
8.
You know, what is he, a sheik?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Is that illegal?
I think he had to go. I think he had to go to 2 or 3 different states.
For sure, he got max in one state.
Is it illegal? And is his How about there were 8 women that wanted to marry him? That's amazing too.
Yeah, it is. By the way, I don't know who the guy is that does.
Hey, man's dead, Greg. Give him a break.
How about this? I don't know who
He didn't make that much money.
I don't know
That's
who
what
it is.
I'm saying.
Whoever does the Greg Quotes Twitter, you have one today.
Golly, bum.
So, gosh, Greg, I need.
Let's give him a week.
That's good. But
Well,
here's
give
the
him a week.
Here's the
I know
thing.
you got a tie to him. I get it.
Look,
He gave you your start.
I'll tell you what we're going to do today. In honor of Larry King, Speedy, would you mind peeling some peaches?
Okay.
We'll do it, and I'll pretend like I'm Larry.
That's so good.
But go back to
I'll
this.
pretend like I'm Larry.
Listen, let's go back to this. This is the thing, though, when these older guys marry these younger women and then have a baby. I mean, this baby he just had. I mean, his daddy's dead, and how old is the kid now? I mean, he's not very old. I mean, you
You talking about like Tony Randall? Wasn't he one of these? And of course, all the people in the Stones, they have babies when they're in their 70s. Of course, all the people in the Stones. Oh, every one of them. Yeah, every one of them.
I mean, you ain't gonna see Daddy long. I mean, just if he can even live a 87's not young.
No, it's not.
No.
They'll only be around to graduate elementary school.
Yeah.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is not working today, so you need to use 205-824-4597. That's 205-824-BIGLY-7. And we'll get to some of your phone calls coming up here shortly as Harry Murdahl saddles up. Carshield.com, one of the issues when you start getting with the winter, temperature dropping, you get up, you look at your forecast and go, what kind of driving conditions do I have today? A lot of times you can run into car trouble this time of year, and if your car is no longer under a warranty and you haven't responded to CarShield to get a protection plan, now you're going to be dealing with that. You're going to be writing checks. But if you want to get the car protected, then go to carshield.com right now and use the promo code Bubba, and we'll get you 10% off whatever protection plan that you select. Now, when you have a protection plan with CarShield, here's the good news. If it's a covered repair, they're going to pay the ASC certified mechanic or dealership of your choice directly. And if you use the promo code Bubba, you've already saved 10%. You're also going to have 24/7 roadside assistance, and you're going to get a rental car at no additional charge. So just make the move now to carshield.com. And, pick a plan that fits the automobile you have. If your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, a protection plan is available to you at carshield.com or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, you mentioned it in the break. I started being just inundated over the weekend that Beth Mowens was calling some basketball game. And, I mean, it's like the minute Beth Mowens says one word in a microphone, I start just getting piled on of people saying Beth Mowens is going. And it's and there was somebody sent me even an audio clip that she's got some word she was using that involved some sort of hunch.
Oh, good night. Who knows?
I got myself a silent hunch, or something about a hunch.
Well, Rick, I don't know if she was doing the Auburn Arkansas game. I guess this weekend.
Arkansas?
And it was Arkansas, right? I can't remember now. It was,
I think so.
I think the emails were saying South Carolina.
South Carolina, you're right.
Okay,
South Carolina.
right, yeah.
It wasn't
Same
Arkansas.
thing.
Arkansas was last week. South Carolina. So she's doing the game, which is tough enough, okay? And I don't know if it was Beth Mowens' day or she had received some award. I don't know what it was because I didn't see the beginning of it.
They already have a day for it?
I tuned in.
Greg,
and,
I'll tell you
the color
is so
guy,
insincere.
the color guy, Jimmy Dykes, who is great, does a great job.
Wouldn't you
But
love your buddy to be named Jimmy Dykes?
He goes into a speech about Beth. And I'm telling you,
That he doesn't mean.
it had to go on for 10 minutes.
Totally insincere.
It had to go on for 10 minutes.
Really?
Really?
And they're covering nothing happening on the basketball
They're talking
court.
about.
Which my dad hates.
And and he goes
right
on
now,
and
he's
on.
getting Beth
So
Mowen.
I don't know what the big Beth Mowen day was or something. I don't know if she had a statue or something in her honor. I don't know
Guys,
what was going
has
on.
she reached that status yet that we're supposed to have? I mean,
Well,
I'm talking
Greg,
about any sportscaster that's been doing it no longer than her. Why would she get it?
Well, Greg, I'll tell you why. I'm making history. I'm in there. I know sports. I know it's not just softball. I know basketball, string music, and hunch, and football. I've called football just like the guys. I'm authoritative and I talk like this, and I do my voice and
I'm trying to find this
Okay,
thing.
so Rick, there was a point though.
it's a silent hunch.
There's a point where she is just talking normal, not in her DJ voice.
You're just talking like right in here when she's talking to
and
you,
it was
Bubba.
it was so much more enjoyable
Just
when
right
she
in
was
here.
talking. I guess she kind of turned it down
Yeah.
because Jimmy had been on this 10-minute. I mean, the game was kind of a blowout.
You talking about Jimmy when he was talking about me?
Yeah, and she
hunch.
calmed down.
Doing Jimmy Dykes?
And it was fine. And
Jimmy Dykes.
we were even talking about it, going, look, her voice doesn't hurt your ears as much right now. And then, of course, she goes back into
got
the
back to her
game and ramped it right back up again and
broadcast voice.
overpronounced everything. And it was just hurting my ears. I was like, oh, my God.
Well, I'm one of the guys. Jimmy Dykes. He did a little tribute to Mama. So I dropped it down in here, Bubba. Sometimes I'm Beth Mowens. I can talk right in here for you, and it's old string music.
But the problem is what you said is exactly right.
I mean, it's not my preference. I would prefer not to hear a female voice call a sporting event. Just a preference. It has nothing to do with equality or anything like that. Just a preference. But there are some that are making their way in. If Beth Mowins wants to come into the arena of play-by-play and be there on her merit, and people say she does a good job or an adequate job, but Bubba's making the point that I've been making. It's just like, do you remember when we warned the world that soccer, people weren't just taking soccer and saying, well, here's another sport that's become popular in America. It became the preferred sport. Mm-hmm. You're not as evolved as the rest of us if you don't have your kids in soccer. You don't love soccer. You don't embrace soccer.
Most popular sport in the world.
Yeah, it's not just another choice. It's the correct choice. Remember me making that point?
Yes, yep.
And then everybody thought, well, Rick, here you go, mean Rick. And they went and started looking at all the stores, watching cartoons, reading kids' books. You're like, my gosh, he's right. This is the same thing with Beth Mowins. People can't just let her be another announcer. You have to fall all over this to act like that she's just, my goodness, sports had no hope without Beth Mowins. Right. Mama came in here and got the job done.
Can I read
Somebody
you
needs to get a timeout.
And I'm not exaggerating this. This is from the Auburn Wire, which is a part of USA Today, okay? Some random thoughts following the game. It must have been difficult to call a second half when one team had a huge lead. But now Beth Mowins and Jimmy Dykes handled it. How they handled it was absolutely miserable. At one point, the two went on a 15 straight minutes without mentioning any action on the floor.
15 minutes.
Including a weird monologue by Dykes honoring everything Mowins had done for women in sports, broadcasting, including his daughter. Great they have a personal conversation somewhere else. There were players on the floor who deserved attention, and they go on to talk about some of the stats that was going on. But I'm telling you, we were even looking at each other going, are we going to get back to the game?
Here's another one. Here's another one, Bubba, to your point.
Really?
And I like Jimmy Dykes. He does a
You're talking about Jimmy
job.
Dykes. Jimmy. hey, Jimmy, I'm glad that I've been a role model for your daughter and many other women. I see myself as a Jackie Robinson of women's broadcasting. Here you go. Statue to come. Take a note. But listen to this. Mowin doing the Auburn, South Carolina basketball game, Rick. It's a runaway game, so, oh, no, they're filling the time. Oh, my goodness, boy, are they filling it. I've had to mute the TV. I mean, this is – so you were not alone.
Are you supposed to tell stories when it's a runaway game? Are you not supposed to call the game anymore?
Talk about maybe some stories about the players on the court. About the coach, about the school. Well, what about Mama? Beth, we talked about you a lot. There's a lot of talking. You know, it's like everybody thinks they just have to fall all over, and if they don't,
well,
there's another one. As disappointing as it was to watch, this was like on 116. I've now this is like somebody who hated when she called the Kentucky game. All right, so
she's called quite a few here lately.
She's a professional. She's prepared. She knows all the
I
terminology.
I know my stuff.
But if she could just it's like every syllable has to be overpronounced 3 times what it should be. If she could just talk normal.
Basketball.
It's not a female thing. There's other ones that do a great job.
The Auburn Tigers taking on the South Carolina Gamecocks.
I mean, I went on a rant earlier about how I'm so disappointed Tony Romo is going to call the Super Bowl because I don't prefer him calling a game. I don't like his style.
Oh, you don't like Romo? No. Picture if I was able to do the play-by-play and a little color from Tony Romo. Oh, hey, Greg, have you seen Tony Mama Light?
But Tony ruins the game for me.
See, I like Romo.
I don't, because
I
quit predicting everything that's going to happen.
Well, he doesn't do that as much.
He's gotten better about that, but his voice is still irritating. Like I said, he's the guy at the party that knows everything. Mm-hmm. And he won't let anybody else talk.
Tony, since you're good at predicting, would you like to predict what I'm thinking of?
Watch out.
Easy, Mama.
Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, Bubba, he's not.
Mama's in charge. Let Mama drive.
He's not betting $5 what the next play is going to be. I bet you $5 is a pass. You know. I get it. I know you played the game. I know. All right,
Tony, let me ask you this: pass or run? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. He'll tell you. Hey, he'll tell you.
Poor Bruce is dealing with enough, and he's got to deal with that.
You're talking about Bruce Arians.
No, Pearl.
Oh, Bruce Pearl. Did you see the Tigers take on the Gamecocks?
Yeah, I did. Some of it.
Jimmy Dykes did a monologue and a toast to me. Beth Mowins, pioneer of women's broadcasting. Hey, Speedy, I'm one of the guys.
As the color guy, Jimmy has not got to talk that much in any game this year. I mean, he wasn't interrupted. I know it went on, Rick, for 10 minutes.
Jimmy
I
Dykes,
was
you
looking
have the
at
floor.
the clock.
Now, this is a blowout. I got a silent hunch. The Tigers are going to put the accelerator down.
Your phone calls are next.
Say Sharif Cooper.
Sharif Cooper. Sharif. String music, they call it down here in the South, Jimmy Dykes.
Hold out Cooper, Rick, when you say it.
Cooper. Sharif Cooper.
205-824-4597. We'll talk to you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, no matter what stage of life that we are in, we all are thinking about our financial future. And when you do that, sometimes you get some strong feelings. Sometimes you can even get a little anxious. But did you know that people who work with a financial advisor feel more at ease about their finances? I know this is the case in my life, and end up with 15% more money to spend in their retirement on average. So it's important to have a financial planner, but sometimes we start thinking to ourselves, I don't even know where to begin. Well, I have good news. That's where Smart Asset comes in. The service that over 500,000 people have trusted to find that financial advisor. There's a free and easy path to help you find greater financial peace of mind. Smart Asset has built a safe, easy, and convenient tool to find vetted financial advisors in your area. Don't you love this? You're going, all right, I want a financial advisor. You sold me on this, but I don't even know where to begin. Well, Smart Asset can help you, and it's a free service. Here's what you need to do. If you want to receive your free personalized retirement planning report, here's all you do. Go to smartasset.com/Bubba. Your report will come with personalized insights on your retirement readiness. So when it comes back, they'll say, here's where we see you are. Once again, that's smartasset.com/Bubba. Free service. Do this today. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in. Remember, make a note, the toll-free number is not working. So you got to go local, 205-824-4597. But these days, a local or a toll-free or whatever doesn't really make that much difference. It's just 866-WE-BE-BIG is a lot easier to remember than 824-4597 or 205-8-BIGLY-7. So 205-824-4597. Lines are available now. Perry Murdahl taking your phone calls.
I know this is like a minefield trying to get through this. Trust me, I got it.
It is.
And we're somewhat confused too why this is taking so long.
It's
airport, everywhere, port.
Here's what I'd like to know: has anybody figured out where the invoice went? Nobody's produced it because that one of those things got lost in the mail because the mail was awful. I had stuff that still never arrived to people I sent it to.
The mail system, I think, broke.
To your point, so my dad sent me one of the Larry the Leaf books, and I finally got it. But to some of the family members, they still hadn't gotten it. Well, it's like it's just lost in the mail.
We sent Christmas gifts out to family that we weren't going to get to see this year, and some of them got it, some of them didn't. Yeah. So
wow, I don't know what.
And that makes real bad family mojo.
Yeah.
When somebody says, "Yeah, I got my stuff from Aunt Sherry and Uncle Rick," and the other kid goes, "I didn't," then everybody thinks you didn't send it to them.
Yeah.
Cookie in Birmingham gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come from trolling control. Cookie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning. I watched it, and it started out with a video clip that Jimmy was doing, talking to the producer after another game they had called that she knew nothing about, and they went through all of that first. And then he talked about how he had just finished a game with her, and his daughter walked in and was going, you just called a game with a girl, and I want to work for them, and, all of this kind of stuff. And she just,
Yeah, isn't that kind of what you were saying?
Was it Beth Moen's day somewhere or something? Did they retire a jersey or something? Was there something special going on? I didn't understand.
It had to do with his daughter?
I couldn't wade through the love that Jimmy had to get to what was actually happening. I mean, after 5 minutes, you tend to tune out on stuff.
Jimmy Dyke's daughter knew he called a game with me, Speedy, and said it inspired her.
Okay.
And Bubba, I know that you love parades. Could I get you interested in the Beth Mowens parade? You can be Grand Marshal.
I like Christmas
Bubba,
parades.
Grand Marshal.
Well, okay. No.
Anonymous, 30 seconds. Lines are available, 205-824-4597. Again, 866-WE-BE-BIG, not working. 205-824-4597 if you want to get in. Anonymous, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, is it me?
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay, good morning. You're talking about Larry King, and I have to be anonymous for this, but I have an aunt that's been married 13 times. Cannot get married in the state of Alabama anymore.
Yeah.
Only married one twice, and one we're not really sure if it counts because he was a bigamist, and she didn't know. So,
oh my goodness gracious! Is this a word when she's married too many times she didn't know she'd overmarried?
No, he had multiple wives.
He had multiple wives.
Wow.
I was curious. What is the limit in our state?
I thought it was.
Can I tell you this?
Is it 5 or 6?
I thought it was 9, 8 or 9.
I don't know. There's a lot of things in life.
Well, she said 13. I don't know which state she was in.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of things in life that perplex me. One of the most perplexing are the bigamists. I don't follow that. I don't understand how anybody.
You're talking about a husband with multiple wives.
I don't understand the husband's desire for that, and I don't understand the women going along with that arrangement. Those two things make no sense to me.
So I just,
now, if I was a king, could nobody touch me? And nobody could get on me or anything like that. But if you're not a king,
you could execute anybody that gave you any lift.
You got some insulation, but if you don't have insulation,
but again, what I don't follow. Why you would want that
on either side? I don't see any person in that arrangement that's a desirable situation.
Yeah. So I just did a quick Google. How many times can you be married in Alabama? Okay, and you would think it'd pop the answer up. Is it 5? I don't know. But here's this is what people. So then it gives you. Did you mean this? And it gives you a bunch of questions. Do you know what the first 3 questions are?
What?
This ought to scare everybody to know that people are actually searching this. Can you marry your sister in Alabama? How many wives can you have in Alabama?
Oh, my goodness.
Can you marry your mom in Alabama? Can a pastor marry you without a marriage license? Can I marry again without divorce? Is second marriage without divorce?
Oh, my
Can you get...
Okay, all right.
I mean, people are out here. There are real people Googling these things.
I know.
Otherwise, that wouldn't have come up.
I think they planted 2 or 3 of those.
Nah, I do
think
too.
Google planted those.
That's a
Back
good
to
one.
social dilemmas on that one.
Yeah, that's right.
Zach in Missouri. Zach, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
I'm fired up. How about you?
Oh, doing all right. Hey, I just had a quick question. I was wondering, how am I able to rent a 26-foot U-Haul, but I can't get a Nissan for Enterprise because I'm 24?
You know, I've run into some car renting questions before. So you're saying you can rent a big truck, but you can't rent a car
Yeah.
because of your age.
U-Haul right now and get a 26-foot U-Haul, but I can't go get a little Nissan if my car breaks down or something.
Yeah, when you look at the logic of that, it doesn't seem to compute, does it?
Well, I'm sure it
No,
has to
not at
do. There's got to be some stats that back that up. Probably the number of below 24 that have car wrecks and rental cars is probably over the top.
No, I got that, but I mean, so this same person we think can't drive a rental car, we're going to give a 25-foot truck?
Well, I bet there's just not as many people renting them, and the stats are not as bad.
Yeah.
I mean,
But you say the
all
logic.
of that is numbers.
You
based.
can't handle a Nissan, but go over and give that hauler a run.
There's some logic there. You'd go, I don't follow. I got
Right.
that.
Yeah.
I will say this though: when I get in a hauler or something bigger, I do pay more attention.
Well,
to
you
what's
got
going
to.
on.
You got to be careful.
So that may play into it as well.
But think about it right now.
And
though.
you're not weaving in and out of traffic. And all
So
that.
you don't have any kids in their early 20s yet, okay? Oh, no. But I'm picturing my early 20s kids, okay? Me tossing them the keys to a hauler versus tossing the keys to a Nissan.
That's scary.
I'll go with the Nissan every time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, tossing them the keys to a hauler. By the way, I have to share with y'all the ongoing journey of me being in this truck with a lift kit.
Yeah.
You just don't think about the things you can't reach.
And
I mean,
Rick, I got to tell you too. So we got back Friday night, and we were going in the same direction on the same highway, and you passed me, and I mean you were getting after it too. I mean, I even looked down. I was like, wow, okay. But just to see you in this truck and you didn't know that I was there was pretty funny. That thing is huge.
Let me ask you a question. In that truck, can you go through the bank teller? Can you reach over and get the little tube and all that?
I have to lean out to my waist.
I have to go into park. I have to undo my seatbelt, open the door, and lean and use the door to carry me out.
I wish you'd have seen me try to get the gate.
And then I'll still drop something.
I wish you'd seen me trying to get the gate open when we were at the
leaving?
airport. That was easy because you pull up to the one you have to reach down and push the button. I couldn't do it. I just started hollering, hello, and they were like, well, she can't hear you unless you push the button to open the gate. And so I had to get unbuckled, lean out. Yeah, and then I can't breathe. Can I help you? I mean, can I help you? I know somebody over the road. I need my prescription. I can't get out. All right, top of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brand new hour, 6 minutes past Rick and Bubba Show. Our number today, 205-824-4597, 205-8-BIGLY-7. So we're working, still struggling with getting this phone issue resolved, so our apologies for that. But make a note, 205-824-4597. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Ander all here. Things we need to talk about. Just welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. Need to do a little bit of housework here. Some things going on. All right. First of all, if you
Get the vacuum out.
If you didn't see Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, haven't listened to that or seen it over the weekend, it is now available. It is out. I think you'll enjoy our interview with Rich Wingo. It was a great conversation, getting a lot of great feedback on that, and enjoy that on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Today, a charity charge at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. All of those are in Alabama and mainly the Birmingham metro area. And 10% of those food sales go to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. Thank you for that, as we just went past that anniversary and the work that continues to go on as you provide funding to hand out grants to evangelical ministries down the street, across the state, across our country, and around the world. So thank you. Go out, enjoy that at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. On a sad note, a very sad note, Bubba, we also got word yesterday that another person that is a friend to a lot of us on the program, I certainly knew him, and he was a longtime partner of Scott Gorosky that we talked about, Wayne Myrick, who I've known for a very long time. He also passed away over the weekend due to some COVID complications that went on for a couple of months and just kept having difficulty, and sadly he passed away. But a solid man of God again, and that's a different kind of grieving. He was also just a great encouragement to me, and just a unique guy and solid. And there's a lot of folks mourning about that death over the weekend, including Scott, our friend. So remember the Myricks, the Goroskis, and all connected to MGA and Associates, that business, because they work with. He just retired here in the last a couple of years, and so they've all been working with him for many years. So there's grieving going on there today. And then Mark Phillips, that we talked about, that passed away on Thursday, his celebration of his life will be tonight. Now, obviously, because of COVID, it is limited in spacing, and sadly, not everybody can be there. But if you would like to be part of that, they are streaming it tonight on Mark Phillips' Facebook page, and we'll put that in show notes today at rickandbubba.com. But he spells his name M-A-R-C, for those of you that may be looking for that. The Mark Phillips Facebook page, and that will be at 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern Time this evening. And, look, a man who was that ingrained in the music community, I'm sure it'll be quite the celebration tonight. A lot of talented folks. So anyway, that's tonight. If you want to watch that, if you're not able to attend, and they've kind of narrowed that down to a guest list because of all the spacing tonight. So those are things that we wanted to make you aware of as we start this hour. So just a lot of it. Bubba's just these are difficult times.
Oh, I know. A lot of struggling out there, but there's good news on the horizon. Looks like infection rates and death rates are dropping.
That's good.
There's always going to be hot spots going the opposite direction, but it's a battle, and hopefully we're going to see the tide turn on this here early this year.
On that note, Joe in Alabama says he's had some issues. He is has been a cancer patient. That's always difficult. Now, Joe, I know that you are wanting some advice from people. I don't know how they would get that advice to you. Can you give some way for people to email you or something if they have some answers for you?
Sure. I just wanted to call in. I've had this is the fifth time I've had cancer since 2012. Just tell you a little something about me. I'm a God-fearing, God-loving, unapologetically white male Christian that loves my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So
I love the church and His people and the rolling, bowling Crimson Tide, matter of fact. But just to tell you, I'm on oxygen right now, and had COVID and passed the contagious stage. But I'm one of those that you just have to wait until it stops. The question I was wanting to ask and get some feedback from is the doctors tell me that unlike any other disease that we've had, all of a sudden I can be talking to you right now and it'll be like a light switch going off and I won't need this oxygen. I know that's strange sounding, but the doctors, of course, at UAB have such information. They said that's the way it is. It may happen today, or it may be 2 months down the road. And I was just wondering to know from others that have experienced that to kind of let me know how that feels.
So
I know that sounds strange.
Well, I want to get.
I don't know any other way I have to say that.
All right, Joe. I just want to get real specific because I want people to understand what you would like for them to help you with. Are you trying to get people in the audience that may have been through or had family members that went through what you're going through, and you would like for them to tell you things that helped, or to tell you their experience? Because and man, there's prayer warriors all over this audience. We're praying that this turns out to be one of those things, like you said, where suddenly it gets better, not like we've experienced where it actually gets worse. So what exactly do you want the audience to tell you? What information are you looking for? The moment this sounds right. The moment that it happens, just how that feels to them. I mean, how they process that. Because they tell me, when we have the flu and we're in the bed. I'm going to bet they're relieved and they start breathing better.
Happy as a lark comes to mind.
Yeah, I would think relieved. While not breathing better, while elated. Is that what you're? I thought you may be looking for treatments or things they did that helped.
No, really, I'm where the doctors want me to be. The oxygen levels, and
well, good. Praise the Lord for that.
And the O2 is starting to pick up, so I see indicators that I'm going to get to that spot. So, okay. And just to tell you a few things to a little levity. I'm an intimidating man. I mean, I weigh $162.
Well, thank you, Joe.
Yeah. So So he's on oxygen, and the moment he's starting to feel like he doesn't need the oxygen and he can breathe on his own, how does that feel? I think that's what he's asking, and I don't know that. Now, I can tell you this because of his phone call.
From that stage,
I have shortness of breath because of his phone call. I'd like to thank him for that.
Right.
But I think that's what he's asking, I guess.
It's probably the same feeling he gets when a Tide wins.
Talking about the rolling, bowling, Crimson Tide?
That's what he said. I mean, I'm just giving him something to be practical with.
Right. I was just trying to help. I
think we did.
I guess I thought it was he was looking for treatments or things that helped. I apologize. But, I mean, you know what, Joe? Thank you. And we'll continue to pray for you. And I do hope that, with all the things it's really, Joe, honestly, and I know you're looking for, and I'd be the same way, something a little more foundational. I think the more that we see these things, I can give you cases where I would have thought when that person got it that we needed to prepare to say our goodbyes, and they roared through it. And then there's been people I thought, well, this person right here probably, even though they're having difficulty, they'll come out the other side, and they died. And then I've seen people that fit the description. Young and healthy, no problem. Older and health issues, big problems.
but then you'll have exceptions. I mean, there's not a
weird.
It's hard to call, and I hope we'll find out more about it, as the years go on. But I think some of the things are just, it seems to be very unique to the person, and there's some things in general that you can make a prediction on, but then, boy, there's a lot of exceptions to what you thought you knew, too. So, 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When the temperature drops.
the gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Friday night, had a great time. Central Baptist Church, Bubba, Americus, Georgia. Down there where old Jim, all the guys were so saying, "Hey, does Bubba want to come down here and we'll take him over to Jimmy Carter's house?" And I was like, "Sure, yeah, Bubba would love that." And I didn't see Jimmy. They said sometimes you see him out walking, but I didn't see him.
I'd like to sit down.
That's just right there by Plains. I mean, right there again. We kept asking. And then
a lot of ham buddies over in that neck.
Well, I felt bad too because Oscar, our friend,
isn't that a great name though, Americus, Georgia? You just say, "Hey, I'm America." With a U.S. on it, Americas, Georgia.
Hey, I like any place that's named after America.
But anyway, but you know how you got to know what you're talking about, and you feel kind of embarrassed. And no offense to Oscar, or as they call him in Southeast Missouri, Perez. First thing he says to the guy picking us up, who's a big supporter of the show. Hey, you didn't bring us no peanuts? Of course, the guy says, "Of course, it's not peanut season." And I was like, "Oscar, know a little bit about the agriculture before you start throwing that out." And I mean, the guy said,
he
almost
went with it. I tried to save it with my Braves talk because he was wearing a Braves shirt, and I tried to save it.
But my thinking is, even if it's out of season, surely they got some around.
But this guy meant business.
He really did.
Okay,
but almost offended that we didn't know.
So, Oscar, did he cut his beard? Is he still?
No.
He still kind of got a caveman look to
him? Right now, he looks like that. He could be
woolly booger.
He could be the
My
lead.
mom would call him a woolly booger.
If you put on Oscar just some glasses that are half tinted, half clear, he could be the lead singer of any 70s band. But anyway, Pastor Brian Myers there at Central Baptist Church, and of course Stephen Wright, associate pastor, who kind of in charge of the men's ministry. Also Keith Boggs at Real Momentum Men's Ministry, who put this together. Had the honor to be there with Johnny Hunt. Of course, Johnny Hunt spoke first. We all got saved, and then we went to the second. Took a break and came back, and I was honored to speak. And so just thanks to all them. That was a great time. It really was, and got to hang out with those men, and their excitement for men being discipled means a lot. So, and then coming up this week, the Men of Shades over at Shades Mountain Baptist Church. That's where we started the manchurch.com's discipleship strategy. I mean, there at my church, we started the discipleship strategy, planning it, worked on it, worked it out for about 6 years, then launched it out to the country last March. But they have a man church this Sunday night that you can watch anywhere in the country, or you can be there in person. And Gene Chizik, Bubba, is coming to address everybody. If you've never heard Gene Chizik speak, man, he does a great job. You'll love it. And so he's going to be there. And if you can't be there for that, you can watch it online. And we have that link for you at rickandbubba.com under events.
He really is a good speaker. He fires me up.
Yeah, because, sometimes...
He's got a well of experience.
Sometimes when you get into the spiritual world, just because it's a coach speaking, sometimes it can be...
No.
There can be an awkward attempt to tie football stories to Scripture.
Right.
And there's some that really can bring it. And Coach Chizik, every time I've heard him, does a great job. So that's this Sunday night, 6 o'clock Central Time. If you want to watch that or attend that, there's no charge for it or anything like that. And you can watch it online. And even here's the cool thing about those of you around the country. And Helmsley's wrapping up one of the opportunities toward the end of the 40 weeks. But we have another couple of teachers that are doing the Pursuit curriculum from the manchurch.com that you can do virtually. And so there'll be opportunities for you to plug into some of the Bible studies, even if you are not a local person. Some of them will have a virtual option at the end of that. So be prepared to watch that coming up this Sunday night or to attend. And all that's at rickandbubba.com under the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So we didn't have any issues that took place at all, other than there was a steak dinner that was coming up Friday night. And, when you have a bunch of men and it's the buffet style steak, everybody's going. And you try to kind of lock eyes with the guy to say, I know you're trying to figure if we have enough steak, but, take care of me. Because they're starting to think in their side, do I need to give this guy half a steak? Do I need to get a full deal?
Because it's hard to gauge. I mean, you don't know sometimes. Right. Even if you sell tickets or have reservations. It always varies. You don't know who's going to be sick. I mean, now you really don't know.
Well, and then you get into that dilemma that this is all about. We're here for the most important reason, and that is to encounter, the gospel, encounter Scripture, to assess ourselves, to either grow in our discipleship, or maybe this is a time that I realize, hey, I'm not redeemed. I need to be redeemed, and that's the most important thing. So then, when there's a line involved, you start thinking about Scripture. He who is first will be last. And you don't want to be the person saying, "Hey, I'm one of the speakers. Let me up here." But at the same time, I was kind of watching Johnny Hunt to see what he would do.
Yeah.
And but because I thought if Johnny does it, I can do it. If he doesn't, I need to. And I never could get a beat on what Johnny was doing. He kind of. He kind of went and ate in his own. He kind of did his own thing. I couldn't. So I didn't have. So I just got up like everybody. But then there's the other dilemma. You're the speaker, but people are cutting in line. And you can't be the guy that starts getting upset about people cutting in line. No. Because you don't want to say, "Well, I ain't listening to him. He got on me for cutting in line." So
it gave you something to talk about when you got up.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. It's true. But it's lines can be. And then you got some young people in there, and you want to be a good example to them. But at the same time, you know what? You're hungry.
I made a mistake with that cheesecake, and I'll tell you what I did. I thought, the red topping, I guess is it cherry? It's really good.
Yeah.
But I would prefer a chocolate topping, and I thought, well, they don't have that. And I saw Bones get into what I thought was A1 the whole time, and it was chocolate sauce the whole time, and I could have had that on my cheesecake.
Oh my gosh, is that what that was?
That's what that was.
I
thought it was for the steak.
I thought it was A1 too.
You thought he was putting A1 on his dessert?
Because I didn't really
That's a good
think
point.
that. I really didn't. I thought, well, he's messed up, and that was right when he got up and walked out for a minute,
Right.
and I thought, well, what's going on?
Yeah.
And then I realized, Helms, that's not A1. He's actually found the chocolate sauce, and
I
it's right
didn't-
there in front of you the whole time.
Did you not think, hey Rick, good
Well,
to
I
use
was
that
so
chocolate sauce?
it was getting to the end. I didn't want to make a scene.
And look, it was one of those things where, Bones was bringing this boy, and his boy's a huge, like a lot of us are, of Johnny Hunt. And I had to give Bones' son a speech before we got there. I said, "Don't spook Johnny Hunt." I said, "Don't go after Johnny Hunt and corner him." I said, and look, I did. I practiced. I said, I walked out. I said, "I'm walking out. I'm Johnny Hunt. Go." And I wanted to see how he operated, and then I would say too much. And I think we finally got it.
Pull back.
I think
He did a good job.
He did, but without that conversation, would it have been a good job?
Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, I literally did. Let's do a run through.
He's coachable.
Hey, look,
Rick.
there's Johnny Hunt, and then I'd come walking, and I'd say, "And you're going to do what?" You know it. And then he goes, "I'm not going to corner him in a corner." No. If he sits down on the front pew, you go over and shake his hand. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Hey, appreciate what you do for the kingdom.
There was that one moment.
I said, and now we're moving. Don't. I almost became that guy on the Progressive commercial. Now we're moving. You know what I mean?
You need to do that with people that have no call factor.
He didn't ask for your help.
Right. He's not asking for sermon notes.
We all see it. We all see it.
We all see him. I'm going to guess he's prepared.
He don't care what time you left to get here.
Right. He works for the national mission. I think he's good. Pastor of church for 31 years. Evangelist. I think he's good. There's nothing you can add. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, that's right. It's worked. 35 minutes past the hour. Can we just, we're having, this toll-free number thing has been a bit of a burr in the saddle. And so we've gone to 205-824-4597, 205-8-BIGLY-7. And we're not sure the phones are working properly. There's been a lot of calls that have come in and then they don't hold. I mean, as soon as we try to answer them, they drop out. So we really need you. Now, have something to say. I mean, I know some of you may not have anything. I mean, we definitely want to test it, but really light it up right now at 205-824-4597, and we'll get to some of your phone calls, but we're really testing to see, are these calls are they falling out? Are you hanging up on purpose? Is it tied to the issues with the toll-free number? So let Harry Murdahl take a few of these and see if they hold. And
Are we on the air?
Are we broadcasting? So there they all come. So let's see how that goes. Greg's going to see if these will stay on hold and not drop out like a lot of them have today. HelloFresh.com, if you're looking to add some spice or maybe some sizzle to your life, how about taking advantage of HelloFresh's limited time New Year sale? Look, just refresh the situation there at home. Use this great service. The meals come to you directly to your home. They're in individual bags. Inside is a recipe card that is easy to follow from the recipes that you have selected from the 23 weekly recipes that are available to you. So you go to HelloFresh.com right now. By the way, these meals are on the table as little as 20 minutes, but you're still preparing them, and you're saving about 40% on your groceries because you have this system working for you now, and you cut down on food waste. So it's the #1 meal kit in America, and, man, they do a great job. So if you right now for a limited time go there and use our promo code Bubba, we're going to get you 10 free meals. That's 10 free meals plus free shipping at HelloFresh.com when you use the promo code Bubba. There's also a link to that same URL, and use the code, though, when you go to the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com. All right, let's see what's going on. William is in Fort Payne. Looks like his call held. William, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? William. Well, no, there it went. There it went.
Keep going, Rick. This is going to be interesting.
Charles in Mississippi. Charles, go ahead.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
So did yours hold?
Y'all have a great day in the service of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. God bless y'all. God bless America.
Thank you, Charles.
That's a great call. I didn't see it starting with a Gila Monster mating call. But
no, it's not every day that someone who's going to have a deep spiritual conversation starts with, right. I didn't hear Johnny Hunt do that.
No.
All right, so let's go here. Hello, the Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Jennifer calling from Jackson.
Okay, everything holding okay? No problem there?
No problem.
Okay. Do you have anything on your mind, or are you just testing the phones for us?
No, I was just testing the call because
Okay.
I love you guys.
Well, we love you back.
Right,
Thank you for that.
So I have to ask, do you think Will was messing with us the first call?
Probably so.
I'd love it.
Sam in Alabama would like to see some more out, but that Mississippi call held.
Yeah.
Sam, go ahead.
There's a couple down there.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is a friend of Bubba, Sam from church, just helping check your phones.
Okay, thank you. Are you so you and Bubba are y'all go to church together?
Yes, sir, in the McKnight class.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sam.
Hey,
Thank you,
Sam.
man.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Let's go to. I wonder if he sing you during deer season.
Well, we're still virtual for Sunday school.
Tyrone in Mobile, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a number, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Did you call? Did you call 205-824-BIGLY-7?
I think that's right.
Yeah, you did. You got it. Okay, so maybe it had nothing to do with it. Maybe these were just Wheel of Meat people.
Yeah.
That were calling.
It could be.
No, I mean anytime Wheel of Meat's
Yeah,
out there,
yeah.
there could be some Wheel of Meat in there.
Yeah, jump out to Nashville, Rick.
Where?
On 7.
Where you at?
7. I'm saying Nashville. Other people have 615 that are outside of Nashville, but
Hey, 615. Where are you calling from?
Hey, Rick. This is Bruce calling from Nashville.
All right, Bruce. Bruce, you're holding fine. No issue there at all.
No issue, but I do have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Fire it up.
So, Rick, I want to know, I know how you are about, how you talk about how everything's a cartoon now and documentaries, they have cartoons and it's kind of weird. What do you think about the NFL doing the cartoons now for the players when they put their stats up?
Oh, yeah.
Instead of a picture or a video like they used to show, they now show a cartoon drawing, and everything's over-exaggerated. How you feel about that?
Well, I hadn't watched the NFL, and now I'm thankful that I haven't. But
There's 2 or 3 apps doing that now where you can put a picture in there and it'll draw it for you.
I don't think I would like that. I think there's a time for that, but I think, as usual, we're overdoing everything.
Yeah, it's people. I want to see them. I don't want to see a cartoon drawing, a watercolor drawing of them.
No.
Can I tell you what I miss?
I agree with you 100%. I would hate that, Bruce.
You know what I used to love is when they would do the starting lineup and they would tell you where they went to school at.
Yeah.
And you get to hear them say it.
I like that.
And all the Ohio State guys would go, the Ohio State, and you had all this thing, and some of them would mention their high school. I love that for some reason.
David in Alabama, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Gentlemen, my name is David Williams. I did the podcast with you back in May about truth and lies.
Yeah.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, Doc. Yeah.
And how are you?
Good. Yeah.
You asked me at the time about mRNA vaccines, and I didn't really know anything to comment, but I've learned quite a bit. Have you guys been talking about that on your show or no?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
How it's new technology and how it grows that antibody inside our bodies. It doesn't actually give it to you.
Yeah. Traditional vaccines, of course, you get some particle of a dead or weakened virus, and you build an immunity. But what this is they actually inject an RNA that's supposed to make you make antibodies. And I had assumed that the reason that they stopped these in the past is that by the time they needed them, SARS had died down and MERS had died down. But as it turns out, what's happened in the past is when they make these antibodies, they don't kill the virus. They actually bring them into the phagocytes, and then they replicate there. And the animals that they gave them to would die. So they would make basically binding antibodies that became a Trojan horse, and then the animals have died of viral sepsis. So if your doctor cannot answer to
Did we just leave him?
No, he's still there.
Animal studies of this vaccine, which there are none. And what are your thoughts on antibody-dependent enhancement, which is the phenomena that leads to death in this type of situation? I would be very cautious about getting a vaccine.
All right, so there's a lot coming at me right now. First of all, if I'm not mistaken, isn't the Johnson & Johnson an old school? They're going back to the old school with that one?
With a sterile virus?
Johnson & Johnson might be different. Yeah,
Right,
Johnson & Johnson might be different.
I think they're going. I
don't know enough to comment on it.
Yeah, the first two are the mRNA.
Yeah, and I think Johnson & Johnson is doing the traditional. Now, I could be wrong. I thought we said that.
I think, Rick, with a high degree, I think that's correct.
So you're saying, I want to be sure because I don't want you to be saying, think you said something you didn't say. You're saying that in the past we started these studies and you thought we didn't use them because the pandemic just went away on its own. But what you're realizing is that they were seeing negative animal tests with these, and that's why they were never used. And you're saying ask your doctors if the animal tests were done. And then what was the other question?
Well, number one, there are no published animal studies regarding the current vaccines they're giving. There are no published animal studies. And so if your doctor cannot, doesn't have any explanation for that, doesn't have any concern about that, doesn't, or maybe explains why they're not concerned. But the term that describes basically turning the virus, these antibodies into a Trojan horse, it's called antibody-dependent enhancement. And I would encourage you to look that up, and any of your viewers or listeners look that up and make sure they understand what possible things can happen with these vaccines.
And what's the term again? Antibody what?
Antibody-dependent.
Are you saying defendant or dependent?
Dependent.
Dependent?
Dependent.
Yeah.
Like a child is a dependent.
I got you.
Antibody-dependent enhancement.
And now this isn't something on YouTube, some guy that's downstairs saying, "Hey, I know something that nobody knows." Is this something that's being? You're a doctor. I mean, but is it being discussed inside the medical community?
Well, what surprises me is how, like, for instance, if you look at rates of transmission and cases per million, right now India's sitting at about 4 cases per million, and we're sitting at about 620 per day. India uses ivermectin, zinc, and doxycycline, and they've basically eradicated the virus there. And as you well know, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin have been, basically attacked in our country. So, that's just reality. You can pull up the charts on Our World in Data, look at, cases in sub-Saharan Africa where they're all in hydroxychloroquine all the time, and you'll see very, very low rates. So,
Doc, let me, if we still got him, can I ask him a question?
Sure.
Doc, so let's go in layman's terms. You don't like the mRNA format because it does what to the people? What's the reality of it?
I don't. I think the reality is we don't know enough about it. I'm not saying that for sure these things will happen. That is not what I'm saying. And if it came across that way, then I want to back up.
You're just saying we haven't tested it, vetted it fully.
I'm saying there are no published animal studies, and basically in 2012, and I don't know if you're familiar with LouRockwell.com, but they do pretty good journalism. And you can easily find an article in November that says how the COVID-19 vaccine could potentially destroy your immune system. And if you read through there, about halfway down, they talk about there were 3 successive years of SARS. And so they said, okay, we're going to develop a vaccine. By 2012, they had 30 candidates, and they tried the 4 most promising. So when they actually gave them to the cats and the ferrets, they produced good antibodies, but when they were exposed to the wild virus, they all died. And it was secondary to this antibody-dependent enhancement. So if the Johnson & Johnson takes a different approach, that may be safer. And I don't know the answers to these things, but I do think it's dangerous to give millions of people a vaccine in which nobody can answer those questions.
Well, we understand your concern. I think everybody is, at least at the very beginning, was going, hey, we've really rushed this through. Is it safe? But the experts we have to count on are saying it is, and a lot of people are getting it. So we'll see.
We'll take more of your phone calls when we come in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big's our number. And it is not working today. That's just habit of mine. You call 205-824-4597. 205-824-4597 or 205-8-BIGLY-7 to be on the show. Chad is in Tennessee. Chad, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you today?
Hey, good. Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go with it.
Yeah, it's a first-time caller. I've been listening to y'all. I'm a healthcare IT worker, and I transferred to a different hospital about a year ago, so I got a 40-mile drive. So it makes my drive to work great every day. Getting my second Moderna shot this morning. So about 9:30 is when I'm slated to get my second one. So wish me luck there. The first one wasn't too bad. I just had a sore arm, felt a little fatigued, but I kind of hear this second one. Some other colleagues some of them get fever, some of them just real lethargic. So
I've heard that too. I don't know. I don't know if that's just the normal response or, we may find out it may be better to, string it out a little bit. I don't know.
How uplifting was Dr. Dave's call?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess what other people have told me is that first shot builds up your antibodies maybe to 50%. So when you get that second one, it really starts attacking it. So we've had some doctors and stuff that had COVID, and they got the first shot, and they had kind of the same response as a lot of people to get the second one, I guess, because they already had those antibodies, and when they got that injection in there, it really took off.
Well, here's what I don't understand. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I just play one here on the radio.
Right.
Why would I take it while I still have the antibodies? I don't know that would be wise.
Yeah, I was told not to take it for like 90 days or 6 months, and only after my natural antibodies roll off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I know a lot of us have taken it. I figure we're going to start growing a horn between our eyes or something like that. I guess we're all going to be in the same.
Yeah. Well, y'all get out there. We'll keep an eye on you and see how it goes.
All right. Sounds good.
See you, man.
Let us know how you doing.
And let's just ban I Am Legend from this. None of us watch it.
Well, let me tell you, we're really vaccinating our frontline workers. So if it does go south, we're in trouble.
But help me with this again. I thought if you have the antibodies and like these people getting sick from it, why would you pile this on top of that?
Yeah, well,
that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, that's why I was told not to.
Yeah, I was told to keep if I ever get to where I think I may have been distanced out.
Right.
Go get an antibody test, and if they're gone, then get it. If you still have them, then keep rolling.
And a good way to do that is to donate plasma because I understand they give you the antibody test before they take your plasma.
Yeah, or you can go and get an antibody test like that.
Right.
But I mean, if you're in that process of doing it, and then you can track it every 28 days or whatever.
I know this sounds crazy, but we haven't paid for one of those with Terry.
You didn't pay for it.
I did. It was very, very inexpensive, and within 10 minutes you get a result.
Tommy in New York. Hey, Tommy, get out of here.
Good morning, man.
Tommy.
Well, listen. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty good. Go ahead.
All right, great. So I've been a telecommunications worker for America in the union for like 10 years now, and what I am concerned about is it a trunk issue with the phones?
All right, try it again. You're not the Tommy I thought you were. You're another Tommy from Rochester, New York. Tommy's not. He's from Brooklyn.
Tommy, your audio's a little wispy. Are you on a speakerphone or something?
That better?
Yeah, much better.
Oh, much better.
All right, so tell us the question again. I'm so sorry.
Yes, I'm concerned because I worked for Frontier for a long time. I don't know if it's still down there or not, but is this like a trunk issue?
Trunk
for the phones?
800.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I
thought you would say a Trump issue, like we used to. We actually voted for Trump, so now they're taking our phones.
That's what I thought.
That's more accurate.
Censorship at its finest.
Tommy, it's a long and complicated process, and I'm not even really qualified to speak on it. But we basically have a 800 number that rolls over onto a local phone number, and for some reason they're having a problem getting that ported over correctly.
Yeah. So now, though,
all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're having any issues right now. I think what we thought were issues earlier just weren't. I think we're fine.
I think our trunk's fine.
Yeah, but as far as the toll free number, it is not working because for some reason. Let's go to Corn Pop 5050. Corn Pop, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey,
I
Bob.
just want to comment on Bubba's hair this morning. Bubba, man, you got the style going on today. What's your inspiration for the morning?
What's your inspiration? So, what
shiny
fired
there,
you up to get some product and everything going today?
I just took a wild hair today.
Well, yes, you did.
Cost.
You did take
got
a
him
while
little
there.
haircut.
I like it.
Got a haircut. Got me
I got
spiking
the
up there.
haircut last week, but I thought I'd run a little.
This is my
product in it.
favorite Bubba presentation with hair.
Yeah, you now you mean business.
Yeah, this is a sign. Hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
You back to logo now.
Josh in
I get
Birmingham.
a little color in there. I might be ready to go.
Josh, go ahead.
Rick, Bubba, good to talk to y'all. Hey, just a couple things I wanted to bring up. Got it from an emergency medical doctor yesterday, not some guy to YouTube in his mama's basement. He was talking about all three vaccines, Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson. All three used fetal cell lines from elective abortions that were grew in a lab as their confirmation test. So ethically, that's something I don't think's been talked about, in the mass media for whatever reason. So that's something to think about. Also, he never tried to sway me one way or the other. He was just giving me the facts, and he was just saying, hey, if you're 20 to 30, 20 to 40 years old and you're in good health, this is a vaccine that has, a high demand, low supply. It may be something to think about letting the older people get it. And I just want to get your thoughts on that, and I'll hang up and listen.
Well, that's a lot to unpack there, Josh.
Well, I mean, I thought we researched that, and
we did cover some of it. We'll go over it briefly when we get back.
All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's be real. Now more than ever, we're concerned about keeping our home and our property safe. Break-ins, always a problem. Fire, flooding, God forbid, a medical emergency. Well, Simply Safe Home Security delivers award-winning 24/7 protection. With Simply Safe, you just don't get an arsenal of cameras and sensors. You get that, but you also get the best professional monitoring in the business. These monitors are fantastic. They got you back day and night. You can be secure that they're there. They're ready to send police, fire, EMTs when you need them, straight to the door. So many people, and that I know, my sister, she was single mom, and she's worried about a security system. She was able to set up Simply Safe in less than 30 minutes, and now she has the sensors and the cameras and the monitoring, and did that in about 30 minutes. You're not going to have hidden fees. You don't have to have some installation crew coming out. So right now, we're going to get you a free home security camera when you purchase a Simply Safe system by using our URL. You ready? simplysafe.com/Bubba. You'll also get a 60-day risk-free trial, so you have nothing to lose there. If you don't like it inside 60 days, you send it back. simplysafe.com/Bubba, and we'll throw in a free security camera. That's simplysafe.com/Bubba. 6 minutes past the hour. We're going to get you coming from the broadcast plaza. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here as Team Rick and Bubba moves forward. Charity charge today with participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. 10% of food sales today benefiting the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So thanks in advance for that. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey. All right, so
Rick, glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Oh, my
27 years in the making.
So much. What we've talked about, and it makes our job really, really difficult, and that is we are living in a time where there is more access to information than ever before, which means there is also access to confusing, inaccurate, just made up. Sometimes you don't know what you're getting. You got a fire hose of information, and there's no ability to discern where it's coming from, if it's accurate. So it's going to require, I think, Bubba, for us to all do a little more work. And I'm not talking about Google it, because that's not enough. What I would do with these things about the vaccine and things like that, and just like the doctor that called in, and then the person who said, well, somebody said, and this when it can, involving abortions and babies that were aborted and that research, I would actually ask the person that you're dealing with that's going to be giving you the vaccine, ask them these questions and let them answer that for themselves and clarify, as opposed to I saw it on a YouTube channel or somebody said. So, Bubba, you and I went into this thing, and from what you said in the break something I think you need to say.
Can I give you a disclaimer on this? We really don't know what we're talking about, but this is what we've heard, and I'm going to try to paraphrase it in the best way that I can.
Mm-hmm.
There are cell lines that are available for these drug companies to purchase to test medical drugs and procedures on, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There's a few of them. There's not as many as you probably think there would be, but they are cultured cells and they are grown almost indefinitely. Some of them as far back as the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were taken from aborted babies at the time. Some have been taken from stillborn. Some have been taken from car wrecks where a mom and a baby were killed, okay? They've cultured these. There's a track record. They know where they come from. They're well documented. And they do use those in medical testing. Now, have they used them in the vaccines? Yes. And what they do, they test them against the human cells to be sure they're not going to destroy the human cells, okay? But I'm getting this wave from people, hey, I'm not going to take the vaccine because, it's used in everything you take. Aspirin was probably used and tested this way too at once upon a time. So you can't take medicine and say, I'm going to move away from that. Now, what you can do is check
you can.
with your company.
I mean, you can do that.
You check with the company and see what cell lines were used in the testing. And there's a famous one from a mom that was in a tragic car wreck. We talked about that the other day in Houston, Texas, back in the 60s, and that's one that's been used a lot. But they can grow, they've cultured these cells and kept growing them. So we have to have that for research. It was a tragedy, but the family okayed that one. I understand if you have problems with using an aborted fetus. I got that, but it's very far removed from that now, and I don't know how you would ever separate yourself totally from that unless you want to go and do the research at the drug company, find out what strains that they use to do this. But it has to be done on human cells, and some of them, I would say were gathered more ethically than others. But I don't know how you can move totally away from that, and that's my understanding of it, and I may be wrong.
But I think you have to do your own research and ask those kind of questions. I just want all of us out there to know, because some of these decisions, and we don't pretend they're not, are not light decisions. But do the homework. And I think what we're doing now is we're waiting around to say, well, somebody sent me a link to a YouTube video, so I'm gonna watch this. Or when I Googled it, things came up, and I'm just clicking on whatever's here. Make the effort, as Bubba's talking about, to find out, because from what we understood, or when when we were researching it is what Bubba just laid out. These strands come from decades back, from different places, and the babies that are used ended up, having a very short life for multiple reasons, not just abortion on demand.
Right.
And then you got to find out and do your research if this is something that ethically, morally bothers you, to find out what's going on. But I tell you how you're not going to figure this out is watching YouTube videos.
Yeah, according to this story I'm looking at, they said there's less than 200 cell strands in the country. Okay, less than 200 that they test this with. But they have been used to test the drugs for polio, for rabies, for rubella, for hepatitis. I mean, all of that's already been done in the past. So again, if you've had your vaccinations to go to school, you've already been a part of it. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be very hard to separate yourself totally from it. But I don't think that they're using aborted babies now to gather these cell lines. These have been established for a long time.
But so
my understanding, and I may be wrong.
Do your research. Jeff in Glencoe. Hey, Jeff.
Hi, guys. History Channel's got a new show out called The Proof is Out There. They showed a 50-foot anaconda the other night swimming across the river. You ought to look at it and see if y'all can find that. That thing looked like it could swallow a dinosaur.
So you're saying because you were coming in a little hot.
And where was that at?
You said the History Channel has a show called The Proof is Out There?
Right. It's a new show they got, and they showed a giant anaconda the other night swimming across a little river, and that thing was over 50 foot long. You ought to see it.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Anybody want to get me the 50-foot anaconda?
How about that?
Greg, where are you on 50 foot?
It's probably about 35.
Okay. That's still a big one.
I mean, everybody stop and measure.
That's pretty big.
That's still your big boy.
Still pretty big.
That's your big boy, isn't it? Caleb in Birmingham. Caleb, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to bring up two things. I am a nurse at a hospital here in Alabama, and two things I wanted to bring up was, one, I personally, I've been working with COVID for a year now, and I have not received the vaccine. And so people were like, well, why haven't you received the vaccine, so-and-so, so-and-so? And so I was like, well, I think the thing is we don't know enough about this vaccine quite yet. I am getting the vaccine. I'm not opposed to it at all, other than the fact that I wanted to see how it was going to play out, in the coming months to make sure that there's someone left to take care of the people in the future, just in case something were bad to happen.
Right. Well, I mean, I made that joke when we first started this, when they said they were going to give it to healthcare workers first. I said, well, let's give it to half of them.
Right.
Just in case.
I totally agree.
Yeah, don't give it
just
to
in
all
case.
of them.
Hey, Caleb, let me ask you this. I was told by somebody, and this is just, again, crazy question. Someone who had recovered and they had antibodies to COVID, and they worked with COVID patients, and their antibodies were staying very high longer than they thought they should. But they were saying they thought that the reason they were is because they were around COVID patients, so their body kept producing it, as opposed to someone who went back into hiding, for lack of a better term, and theirs didn't last as long. Does that even sound possible?
Well, I think in that regard is, with any virus, I think you build up antibodies, but how long the virus or how long the antibodies stay in your body is a whole other factor. So I don't know much about the antibody process, but I have heard and have read a few articles in regards to you not needing the vaccine within like a 30 to 90 day period.
Right.
But, I mean that goes for probably about every virus, but.
Caleb,
what
what they were implying was that exposure to it after you had the antibodies made your body keep producing the antibodies, and it didn't tail off as quick as someone whose body didn't need to do it to fight it off.
See, that's a good. I don't know the answer to that, but in just thinking about it, I feel like if you were to take a medication. for let's just say, 30 days, without taking that medication, then you're not going to get any better. But if you take it for 30 days, you're going to start to get better. I think the vaccine is just like that. You keep getting exposed to it, then your antibodies, I think, will still stay because it's still fighting it technically.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any science to that, but I thought it was interesting.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, not working today. So 205-824-4597 is the number today you have to use for phone calls. 205-8-BIGLY-7. Since apparently this may be something that we could end up in, what I would do is I'd keep the toll-free number, and wherever you keep it, put old Bigley 7 in there too. That way you can go to either one you need.
Bigley.
All right, so Greg, you had this story, and we didn't do it. I guess it was last week.
Yeah, it was old, and I finally watched the footage though, and wow.
So I remember when we were young, the first time we ever saw someone jam a dunk and break a backboard was Daryl Dawkins.
Yeah, Chocolate Thunder.
Chocolate Thunder,
and then he did it twice.
Yeah, he did it a couple times.
And then it became his thing.
Yeah.
And I loved Daryl Dawkins, and when we would play pickup basketball in the back, I was always Daryl Dawkins.
Sure.
Because I was the guy who tried to come down the lane on the 8-foot goat and just jam it as hard as I could. All right, so anyway, because that was the only way I was ever going to dunk was to play on an 8-foot goat.
That's right. And boy, wasn't it fun?
It was a blast. And Dad, whoever built it, they built it so strong there was no way to take it down. So this is the Daryl Dawkins stuff that we remember. We're looking at some of this, and so usually it's just the backboard, and we saw in the year round, and we saw that happen, a lot. And we've seen backboards break, and we've seen rims come off. But this thing, Greg's telling us, it's a high school player out of Ramsey High School,
right here in Birmingham.
In Birmingham, Alabama. And have
y'all not seen that?
No, he brings down the entire thing.
Yeah, see your reaction.
Okay,
I mean, it's.
Is there any audio? Go ahead with it. It's okay. All right, here we go. All right, so here's the game. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness!
Could have killed somebody.
It broke loose from the ceiling.
Oh, so the whole thing's coming. Whoa!
Can you imagine that hitting somebody?
It's a wonder somebody wasn't killed.
Well, I'm so thankful. Oh!
Needless to say, the game was postponed.
I was going to say, that's the end of the game. You can't just fix that.
No, that'll do it.
What about the guy that just cleared away? Yeah. It nearly scooped him and
the
took
guy,
him up.
The point guard out there in blue.
Right here, watch blue. Boy,
They're top of the key.
Whoa.
Look at that.
Whoa. Oh, look at everybody running.
Goodness gracious.
Guys, I've never seen anything like that.
Evidently, we had a little problem up there where it was latched on. Over the years, it's kind of
I'll tell you one
weakened,
thing.
evidently.
They've got most of the bigger gymnasiums have those collapsible goals, where they go up from the bottom. But I haven't seen one get tore off the ceiling like that.
Well, and by the way, if you're the person who keeps getting rejected at the budget meeting,
yeah,
you may
got a pretty good case.
You brought that up a few times.
Yeah, told y'all.
Tried to tell y'all.
Told y'all that was coming. Hey, tried to tell you, and you didn't listen. But Daryl Dawkins and some of the stuff he did was just,
pure strength.
Yeah, I mean, he just he went nuts, and so I've never seen that though. The entire apparatus coming down, and thankfully nobody.
That was wild.
Nobody
like
was
the
hurt.
building was coming apart.
Well, I'm like you. Didn't they? See, and I know that gym probably. I don't know how old that gym is, so it may not apply. But did they not, to Bubba's point, when Daryl Dawkins kept breaking them, didn't they come up with collapsible?
Yeah, that's
goals?
when they started going to the ones out of the floor, and they had a certain pressure that the whole thing would just kind of come down slowly.
And then it come down.
Well, they even got the breakaway.
Yeah,
and
the
breakaway
rims. Yeah.
Did we decide the breakaway rims? There's one that brought the whole thing down. Where's that?
It just, like I say on this one right here, it looks like, there was just a flaw where it was attached. And it had weakened over the years, and, he just hung on it for a little while like people do. And I guess it just, over the years, it gave way. Maybe been a lot of people hanging on it.
Well, but back to that, did we decide the collapsible rims were not, they collapsed too much? Did they?
No, they still have them.
I think they still have them.
Yeah, they're pretty standard now.
Did they? Okay, I didn't know if it took off or
and that helps take some of the pressure off.
Boom.
Man, I'm so glad.
I don't know if that one is a collapsible
That looks
rim
like
or
a...
not.
That
See,
looks
it
like
didn't. I don't think that's a collapsible rim.
That
It didn't
obviously
look like
not.
something from the past.
But watch him hanging and see it doesn't give way a little bit. So I don't know. Boy, they're lucky somebody didn't get hurt.
Well, I'm so
hurt with that.
and thankfully that didn't happen. Look at the guys on the sidelines. Look, I like the guy on the sideline watches it hit and then runs. He's like, see, watch the guy stand up and he's and now I'm gonna run.
See, when I saw the headline, I thought like we were talking a Daryl Dawkins type that he busted the backboard. I had no idea that the whole thing came down.
Well, yeah, that's that could have been real bad. So anyway, that story we missed last week. Now, what is this thing that we're talking about? And I heard y'all mention this in the kickoff hour, but I'd like to go back and revisit it now because I didn't hear the whole conversation, but I see the story here in my hands. So we've got the Super Bowl. We now know it's the Chiefs against the Buccaneers, and we talked about the GOAT and his goatness and all that. But now Super Bowl advertisers are bowing out amid struggle with tone.
Yeah, they don't know what to do, Rick.
What's considered, you try to be funny, people consider it offensive. Why spend all that money and try to make a good joke and everybody attack you for it?
So we've become so hypersensitive that now marketing people are saying, be careful with our tone. Yeah. And so now the tone has become so hypersensitive that they're saying, we're just out.
I mean, you got to worry about what's the cultural, whatever word they use. If you're not of that culture,
misappropriation.
You got to worry about that. You got to worry about all kinds of
The
good
left has ruined Super Bowl commercials too.
What did Dennis Prager say?
Yes.
Everything the left touches, they ruin.
They ruined.
They ruined it.
They ruin everything.
I never thought they would get to Super Bowl commercials, but they have.
You probably go, look, if I got to go by all these rules, I can't come up with nothing really funny. So, I'm done.
Well, listen to Coca-Cola. This difficult choice was made to ensure that we're investing in the right resources during these unprecedented times. And Coca-Cola, I've seen some stuff they've done. They fall all over themselves on every little thing, and they're saying we don't think we can be sensitive enough. Coca-Cola.
I mean, couldn't we bring back teaching the world to sing a song in perfect harmony? Right. I mean, wouldn't that work now?
Then some people might say, well, what is that? What is that, nationalism? You think America's better than everybody else?
What was the shoe
Who are we teaching anybody anything?
The shoe company that got in trouble for this years ago. They had this huge place in Birmingham they built. Foot?
Just for feet.
Just for feet. You remember after their Super Bowl commercial one year, they got, and this was even before we were as sensitive as we are now. And they got, it was bad for them.
Coca-Cola's out.
Beginning of the end.
Hyundai is out. Olay is out. Avocados from Mexico out. How could they get in trouble? Just say these are coming from Mexico and we're untouchable.
Or some of them saying the tone, and some of them saying we just don't want to spend money this year because of blah, blah, blah.
Little Caesars is out and Ford is out. So everything's
like we said, Ricky, got Budweiser and Doritos. That's all that's left.
They don't care.
They're going to be there every time.
They're going dead ahead.
Remember the Budweiser frogs? I love that.
What do you think about the Weeknd performing?
I don't care nothing about it.
The commercials promoting it, I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, but
I like his car. He's
not Super Bowl
That's actually his real car.
He's not Super Bowl worthy.
Yeah, I don't know much about this artist. I know that shocks you. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Okay. Everybody listen up a minute. I know we're concerned about the big tech companies and the power that we have given them over our lives, and it's being proven more and more not sure they can be trusted with all this power that we have given them. So now more than ever, you want to go to expressvpn.com/Bubba. expressvpn.com/Bubba. Good to have them on the big show here. And so you need to join us in protecting your personal data from the big tech companies with your own VPN for online protection. So go to expressvpn.com/Bubba. When you use this service, your connection gets rerouted through secure encrypted servers, so the big tech companies and others cannot see, and this is what they're looking for, your IP address. This is extremely important. It makes your internet activity anonymous, and all your network data is encrypted. So we would encourage you to go to expressvpn.com/Bubba. If you are on the internet at all, you need this. The best part is you don't just need to be tech savvy at all to use it. Even I can use it. Just download the app on your phone or computer, tap one button, and then you're protected. Protect your internet activity at home or your small businesses with this virtual private network, and you need to do this so it's protected every day. To get it, real simple, expressvpn.com/Bubba. We're going to get you an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. So if you go on a 1-year package, 3 months of it's going to be free if you use expressvpn.com/Bubba. There's also a link to simplify it for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Important to do this, by the way. All right, so I got a Your America here. Bubba, the ACLU sees the new administration as an opportunity, but I want to walk this out because I think we're doing a good job here of some of this new anything goes, but we need to walk it on out.
Walk it out.
Well, like we're telling
all, like walk it off.
Well, Bubba, it's just like we're telling you with this new embracement of the transgendered world, not in their private lives but in public life. Really, the Biden administration and others before they've done this, they're not thinking this through. You are slowly going to do away with women's athletics completely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
you're gonna kill off. You're going to cancel women's athletics.
Well,
and Title IX, everything else is going to go away with that. It's just like celebrating Kamala Harris as the first woman VP, and then turn around and say we're not going to talk about gender.
Well, I was going to talk about that.
You can't have it both ways.
It was a popular meme over the weekend, and I can't believe Babylon B didn't get there first. Maybe they did, and that's where everybody got it from. Yeah, Bubba, that is the point that we were going to make today. If we're in a non-gender society, then Kamala Harris can't be the first female vice president. Because to say that this is something to celebrate, we have to celebrate it because of her gender, which we're not allowed to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Somebody help me. Now, I'm not going to play that game.
No, I'm not either.
I know she's a woman, and I'm going to say she is the first female vice president because that is accurate. That's biologically accurate.
It is.
Okay, because these same people don't miss this. Will always tell you to follow the science. Please don't ever miss that. Whatever you do, don't miss that.
What if she was transgender, and she was Kamala Harris, but she wanted to be she identified as a man, and still wanted what would be, I guess, first transgender vice president.
But, but wait a minute. I mean, I thought we wanted
Willie Brown wouldn't want to hear that.
Good one. Saw it coming. Could see it round in the corner. Didn't know if it'd get turned this way. But
maybe that was a bad example.
But it did.
But I'm just saying.
Here's what you should have said.
So we just choose what we're going to.
Here's what you should have said, because it would have robbed the moment in history. Mm-hmm. What you should have said is say that Joe Biden had a man who was his vice president that he picked, who identified as a woman, and then he got to be the first female vice president.
Oh.
Now, see, that's the one that would have been
really got it.
That would have been a nice spoonful right there.
There you go.
Well,
yeah, that's just like I'm entering the race and outrunning them in the 40.
Right. So, can we acknowledge gender or not? Apparently, we can, sort of.
But depends.
Well, it's there no matter what you say.
Well,
now you can't change XXXY.
There's people who claim they're neither.
Well, Greg, that gets to this.
They still are.
They're neutral. Oh, I agree.
The ACLU
They
says
can say they're a pine tree if they want to.
Yeah, the ACLU. Bubba, I stood in a garage today, and I think I'm an automobile, but I'm not sure I am.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to this. ACLU, they want to erase. This is not good for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Our vice president. They want to erase male-female sexes from any ID documents and add X. I know. I hear myself. My headphones are working.
No, wait a minute. They're not saying just add X for people who want X. They're saying they do away with those other two.
I can just put X right there.
Well, see, we're doing away with skin color. We're doing away with height. You got to be able to identify somebody somehow.
Now, but in this world of being able to do this without repeating myself and going into it, now you can't act like you're another race. You can't identify as that, or you will be attacked.
True.
We've got examples of that. Alec Baldwin's wife, what she's going through, the Rachel Dolezal. Of course, my statement is if Bruce Jenner can be a woman, they can be black or
No doubt.
Spanish.
If Bruce Jenner is allowed to be a woman, Sherry and I got into a discussion about this weekend. She goes, some of these things you see, you go, okay, but this guy had already proven that he was one of the world's greatest athletes against other men.
Yeah.
I understand trying to say I'm trying to get in the league I might can do a little better in.
Sure.
But I mean, you
Like
don't
that weightlifter.
you already proven you can play at the highest level in man
You're
world.
about the greatest athlete in the world?
Producing children left and right.
Oh, yeah.
So
driving race cars.
What was this? Was this him? Why? That's I blame the Kardashians for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, just look. Look at the trail of
I
destruction behind them.
But guys, it was during the holidays. They beat Alec Baldwin's wife to death because she claimed she was from Spain. Come find she wasn't. Now she lived in Spain, and her family still lives in Spain, but she was actually born in Boston.
Well,
but she was a little heavy with that Spanish accent,
and she even changed her name to sound Spanish. Now that's weird. I say it's weird, and I don't know why anybody would do it. But how can you say she can't do that if that's how she feels? But everybody else, when it comes to gender, can do that.
if she wanted to change her gender, it would be okay.
Yeah,
but
you
just
can't-
for her to change where she's from is
Exactly. And this isn't the case like Pocahontas where she took somebody's spot.
Right.
I claimed I was and I took a
She
spot.
took a scholarship
Yeah.
that was meant for someone
This isn't like
of
this.
American
This woman just
Indian
identifies
heritage.
with Spain. She lived in Spain. Her family lives in Spain. She even looks Spanish.
I've never been to Spain, but I kind of like the music.
I do.
But listen to the point. Listen to what Greg and Bubba are
How's
saying.
the rain on the plains?
We are living in a world right now, which is a fake world. We're living in a fake world where somebody can say who is biologically, anatomically 100% one gender. Let's take his wife. She is a woman. We will allow her to say, no, I want to be a man. And we will say, and everyone will acknowledge that. We'll confirm it. And I'll make everybody around you confirm that. If not.
And you can use whatever bathroom you want.
And then she said, and I'd also like to say I'm from Spain. I'm sorry, you're not allowed that.
No, that's
You cannot say you're from
you
Spain.
can't do it.
You cannot say you're Spanish. You can say you're a man, but you cannot say you're Spanish.
That's my point.
Now, somebody walk that out for me.
There it is.
Somebody walk that out for me.
It's Rick. It's odd at best.
May I pretend to be a dog? 100%.
Sure.
If that's what you want to do, you can. Can I be a dog and then say that I'm a dog that's set from maybe from, I don't know, Sweden? No. Are you from Sweden? I'm not. No, you're not.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
That's culture disappropriation.
Right. So I can say that
You can't even wear clothes.
Right now, I can say I want to be a woman, and everybody has to acknowledge it.
Yes.
If I say I want to be a black woman, I only get to be a woman, not a black woman.
According to the rules we see currently. Yes.
I don't understand that.
I don't either.
Somebody help.
I thought
me.
it was all about
I
what
thought
you
I thought whatever I
as.
identify as not just my private life, which I don't have a problem with, but the whole society has to cater to that.
Yeah.
And if not, you'll be canceled.
Yeah.
But now, if I try to be a different ethnicity, not allowed.
No.
Somebody help me. I'm having a real difficult time.
Oh, I mean,
following
Rick,
that.
not just not allowed. They will attack you over it.
Right. Not allowed.
Kind of digging Alec Baldwin having to deal with all that.
I am
Since he's
too.
such a big lip.
Oh,
That's
I
kind of funny.
he keeps falling in his own puddles, so to speak, on several things.
Bubba, do you realize? Does anybody know why we have identification documents? They're
so
pretty.
you can ID people.
They're pretty important. And this goes back to the public world versus your private world. If in your private world, man, you want to live as a woman, that's your own business. Just whatever you want to do, okay? Now, we got to deal with safety, and we got to deal with tickets, and we got to deal with travel, and we got to deal with all kinds of things. So we're going to need you to put a biological gender on this document. I want to put the letter X. Well, see, that's going to be difficult for us because now we're not going to be able to identify you that well with this X because we don't know
what to look for gender-wise. Well, you can't. I have no gender.
You talking about following the science like they're telling us, right?
Greg, don't forget that the same people that say follow the science will not let you tell them where science says life begins or gender.
Right. Follow the science except in those two occasions.
You can't. You're
It's follow the science till it disagrees with my politics.
You know what it ought to say? Follow the science. ... Sometimes.
Yeah. I'm just confused.
Well, Greg, join the rest of society.
Okay. I don't know.
Some of them are so dumb it makes my head hurt to think about it. You know.
I'm telling you.
Make you swimming.
You get to the point where I think we've all gotten to, where you just look at the modern day society and say, "I'm not participating."
Yeah, I'm gonna sit
Rick,
it out.
Hey Rick, do you want to play? I don't.
No, take my ball and go home.
Yeah, I'm going to do something else. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in. Phone tro, Harry Murdahl standing by, ready to go. Our number is different again today. Sorry. 205-824-4597. 205-8-BIGLY-7. And your phone calls can come in right now using that number. Harry Murdahl, get you set up, ready to go. Well, I do want to hit one thing I was just pummeled with over the weekend, and it's on me. I didn't mean to pull a Derryberry. I didn't think I was pulling a Derryberry. I did, and I've tried to help as best I can. I even had to bring the CD back to my wife because it was hers. Mark Phillips, who tonight we'll celebrate his life, and you can watch that on his Facebook page tonight. It is limited because of COVID, so I was playing, which I think is some of the best stuff that Mark Phillips has written, and his CD was great. And I was playing all these great songs, pouring it out on me, and all of a sudden everybody began to look for that CD, and nobody could find it. I even began to look for it. It's not on Apple Music. Some of Mark's music is on Apple, but this is not. I looked on markphillipsmusic.com. It's not there. I even text Steve Sample, who played drums with Mark for years and years and years. He doesn't know how to get it, and he's on the CD. So at one point, I think Steve Sample said, "I'll go to Mark's house and see if I can find some." And I'm like, Steve, there's no way for me to get them to people that way. That's not possible.
It's just not a good pipeline.
But the artistic world, and somewhere, and I know Mark couldn't care less if we find these CDs or not now, and he's laughing hysterically if he's made aware of this.
Right.
But it's a tremendous CD. I just don't know how to tell you how to get it. And Sherry, before she thought I claimed it mine, has taken back the copy that we had because she said it's hers. And my truck right now didn't have a CD player anyway. But I was up here playing it as bed music, and there's some really good stuff on there.
But nobody can get it.
But I don't know how to tell you to get it, so I'm sorry.
I was
if we can
asked
figure that out, I'll let you know.
about sheet music from one of the songs, and I said,
Boy, you talk about a wasted email there. So to the phones we go. Gail out of Georgia. Gail, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Have you all seen the video of Joe Biden signing blank documents and saying that there's certain documents?
Oh, no. They're blank. He's just
Absolutely
symbolically.
blank.
Well, didn't they say Trump was
no
doing the
printing
same
on.
thing one time? That he was signing something. Maybe that for photo ops they don't use the real stuff. I don't know.
But whenever Trump signed anything, he held it up and showed it. Biden didn't. He just closed it up.
Well, he had that.
Trump had that weird signature.
Yes.
He did hold up, and I know which one you're talking about, Marie, but I can't remember. I think it's when he was in the hospital with the COVID-19. Remember, they showed him he was supposed to be working at a desk, and they zoomed in and said the paper was blank. Of course, that all could be doctored. Who knows?
Earl,
you can't believe what you see.
Earl in Jackson, Alabama, listening to 94.5. Earl, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Go ahead, gentlemen. Hey, on changing your gender and all that, can we pull that when we go buy car insurance and say we're female, and so we can get a cheaper rate?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I guess we could vacillate, right? Do we have to declare? Can you say today I'm a woman, tomorrow I'm a man?
No, you can be fluid.
Can I be fluid? Mm-hmm. So really, whatever gender benefits this, whatever gender benefits this situation, go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, it's going to mess up all that too. It's going to be impossible.
Rick, I noticed today you can't make your mind up. Yeah, I'm a woman today.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just having a little fun. Those little funny jokes like that. Glenn in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Glenn, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres.
Hey, how you doing?
I was reading the book Radical with David Platt the other day, and one of the things that I was reading I'm really struggling with, he was talking about Luke 14, where Jesus is saying to the people about following me and everything. Mm-hmm. He says to hate your family. And I'm kind of not understanding that section, and it's really bothering me.
I think I can help you. You want to listen? I think I can help you with that. All right. So what he's talking about there, and look, if you get devoted enough, at some point it can happen. What he is talking about there is a lot of times we think in the earthly standpoint, like I need to put my children at the center of the universe because that means I love them. But then that's actually, you will never be the father, if you're a father, or the mother that child really needs if that's your mentality. If you take your spouse and place them where they should be as your number one earthly priority, even ahead of your children, then both of you will become to your children what you really need to be. You really don't love people by putting the pressure on them that they're the center of the universe. Nobody can take that kind of pressure. And Jesus is saying that if you decide to follow me, there will be opposition that comes against you. Think about a Muslim home. If a child stands up in the Muslim home and says, I'm a follower of Jesus, they're thrown out of the home, okay? He says that following him may even cost you your family.
Yeah.
And when it gets to the point that it costs you your family, are you willing to choose me or them? That's what he's talking about. And I have experienced that. And so he's saying if it gets down to it to where anybody, including your own family, says, I come against you because of your devotion to Jesus, will you then give in to them and abandon me? If you want to be my disciple, you know that you're following me no matter who comes against you, and even including your own family. And he says, I divide houses up. I divide, mothers against daughters and all this stuff. He says, I divide the whole thing up. It happens in Muslim countries. It happens in our country. So he's just saying that, because I know some people that if their child decides to blaspheme God, they'll just drift to the child.
Right.
They'll start saying what you're doing is okay. God's standard for marriage has changed. God's standard for sexual purity has changed. God's standard for many ways to heaven, saying there isn't one. Whatever my child wants to do, if I really love them, even if it's blaspheming Jesus, I have to cater to them. And he says, well, if that's the case, they're your God. I'm not.
Yeah, it's really about a pecking order.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it is translated wrong, but our use of the word hate now is different. But it's the pecking order, like you were talking about, the priorities.
Well, and I'll take it further to why that's being used. If you see, I've had people say to me, and I know this is going to be controversial, but this is the power of God. I know there's people that say, Jesus says, John says that he's hearing from Jesus, and he's talking about he's going to wipe away every tear, and mourning and pain and death will be no more at the new heaven and the new earth. Well, can I really be okay if people that I loved on earth rejected his redemption and they're not there with me? And see, that's that finite brain. I'm here to tell you that if you become engrossed and abide in Jesus, he talks about this in John 15 and throughout the Gospel of John, I know this is going to be shocking to some of you. You will begin to love what he loves, and you'll begin to hate what he hates. Yeah. And I believe we'll be so engrossed with him that we will despise anyone who despises or rejects him. And he will supersede any relationship we've ever had, and anybody who opposes him, no matter who they are, we will be in agreement with him. Yeah. And that's really what he's talking about. So I hope that helps a little bit. Top of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. If you've got more with us, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so we've been talking about this a lot on the show. Maybe you were a very strong Trump supporter, and now you feel like that, hey, these social media services and big tech may be coming after you to cancel you. Look, they're going to continue this campaign of censorship, repression, this cancel culture, and they're going to try to, if they can, silence as much voice of opposition as they possibly can. Now, they're backed by the media and some of the largest companies in the world, big tech, and the far left and big tech, boy, they've really united. So what can you do to protect yourself from what you're doing on the internet? I urge you to get Express VPN. Everything you search for, watch, or click online can be tracked by these big tech companies. They can then match your activity to your true identity using your device's that unique IP address. That's what they're after. When you switch to ExpressVPN, and when we did this, my computer or phone, my IP address is masked by a secure VPN server, which makes it harder for these websites to identify me, and it'll make it harder for them to identify you. The ExpressVPN app also encrypts my network data, and they will yours, to protect sensitive information from being compromised, okay? Plus, you can use ExpressVPN on up to 5 devices all at the same time. So your whole family can stay safe with a single subscription. And you know that it's me, so y'all know, can Rick use it? Yes. It's so easy that even I can use it to protect all your devices, and that's why it's the #1 VPN by CNET and Wired. So stop handing your data over to the big tech companies and some of these far-left enablers. Defend your rights with the VPN that we trust for online protection. ExpressVPN.com/RickBubba. ExpressVPN.com/RickBubba to get 3 extra months for free. It always pays to watch and listen to the show. Go to ExpressVPN.com/RickBubba right now to learn more. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, but not today. Today it isn't working. So today we go 205-824-4597, 205-8-BIGLY-7. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, 10% of all food sales at participating Buffalo Wild Wings in the Birmingham metro area. That goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. So thanks in advance for those of you that will get out and eat today, and that money will go to give grants to evangelical ministries right down the street to all the way to the ends of the earth, just as instructed by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
Bubba, we go to Marie in Huntsville. Marie, I'm just going to tell you if this is the Marie I think it is. English talking Marie?
Yes.
Okay, so I know you were thrown a curve by the toll-free number last week, and God love you for typing. No telling how long it took you to type that email you sent over the weekend, but I will tell you and others, once you've gone past a paragraph, you've lost us. We probably don't read on. We just don't have the ability to read an email that extends past a paragraph.
And we still have COVID fog, Rick.
Yeah,
so that really will roll it off.
Yeah, so I'm sure you made some great points, but I never got all of them. No.
Well, that's not a problem. I mean, you guys are busy, so I get it, and I really enjoy listening to you. So
Thank you.
I'll forgive you. How's that?
I love it.
Thank you. All right, so today you want to talk about the high priest of health, Dr. Fauci.
Right. So over the weekend, on Sunday evening, when I was half asleep, and so I'm not sure if I've got this all right, during the show Revolutions on Fox, they were saying that the COVID virus started off as research in this country, and Fauci was one of the people that was all about it. It was decided it was too dangerous, and the Obama administration supposedly shut it down. Fauci did not want to give it up and sent money to China, to the lab in Wuhan, to carry on research on COVID. Now, I'm just curious, is that true? And if it's true, why the hell is he heading up our health department? I mean, that's terrifying.
Yeah, well, I heard this early on. When this first happened, do you remember there were people saying, hey, follow Fauci back to Wuhan? And there was a lot of talk about that in the very beginning. Then it kind of faded away, Marie. So I don't know whether that was ever substantiated or not. But I remember this early on.
You remember the lady that did the interview that used to work with him and was, kind of a whistleblower type saying something's not right here. They're always pressing everybody so hard about their financial interest in things. Do you ever hear them talking to Fauci about that?
No.
I mean, he moved pretty seamlessly between administrations. I worry about anybody that skates that smoothly, because
good point.
That may mean that you're willing to make the moves you need to make to survive.
You look up and everybody's faded away and you're still there.
Yeah.
Todd in Texas. Yeah, Chad. Deep in the heart of Texas. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. First of all, Rick, Burgess, your knowledge of the scriptures and the way that you explain it at times is a complete encouragement to me, and I wanted to tell you that.
Well, it goes back.
Thank
you. It goes back to what Bubba we've done sometimes. Rick and Bubba teach history, meaning we'll take things that can be complicated and try to get them down to where C students from Calhoun County can follow it. And I think that's the call that God's placed in my life. Learn this, because let's face it, we all become very knowledgeable on everything we deem of value. And I was very convicted of that. I didn't know much about scriptures. You know why? Because I didn't deem it of value. I was an expert on everything I actually cared about. So I started working on it and supernaturally developed study habits that I've never had before. So that is, as my wife said, a miracle in itself. And but then I also know that I have to break it down to where I can comprehend it. So I think that maybe this show's been given the ability to say we got a complicated topic at times. We can break it down to where a C student from Calhoun County can follow it. So thank you for that. So what's on your mind?
Well, just real quick, I'm an Uber driver, part-time in the Dallas area, just to kind of get me out of the house.
Yeah.
And I picked up a guy the other day, Friday, matter of fact, and was riding around, and all of a sudden he looked in the rearview mirror. I had my Rick and Bubba hat on, the old one, the black one with the red stripe.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
Yeah. And he goes, "That's Rick and Bubba, isn't it?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Heck, I'm from Jasper." He said, "I've been listening to those guys forever, and I can't find them here in Dallas." Where do I said, "I tube them. I'm a tuber, and I listen to them on YouTube." But anyway, I just thought it was interesting. I picked up a guy in Dallas, Texas, with my hat on, and he knew all about Rick and Bubba.
Well, I hope you showed him how to get it, because I went through this Friday night, where we were in Americus, Georgia. We're not on there anymore on terrestrial radio. And I'm telling you, this stuff has become so readily available. I'm talking about men our age and older. We're saying, oh, and I said, so you're getting the show. How are you getting it? Because we had a ton of folks that came out, praise the Lord, that still support the show and listen, and they're in the loop. And he said, well, there was TuneIn app guys, there were podcast guys, there were YouTube guys. So, the beauty of all this is if you can get it stable and they don't kick us off any of it,
which could happen too.
You can get us really anywhere now as long as you got a stable connection. So thanks, man. That's a cool story. Let's go to Kyle in Gadsden, Z93. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, like that last caller said, thank you for your devotion to the word. But what I'm calling about is your inspiration as a handyman.
Oh, boy.
But now this is with an Allen wrench. This weekend, my wife asked me to hang something up for her. Couldn't quite use the drill, the plastic anchors, and the screws to her satisfaction, so she had to come behind me and do it. But I got the last laugh because I put together a little desk with an Allen wrench screwdriver combo. So got it done.
Don't you feel good about yourself? How about this? It's so funny because my wife, we had to have some painting done downstairs. We did the deal now that the last one is now getting ready to move into his own apartment that has a full-time job. Sherry says, now let's not, because we weren't going to paint the downstairs till every kid was gone. Because it's a waste of your time. We had holes in the sheetrock. We had everywhere. So we got all that done. They came in, they painted it. Looks great. So then you got to put everything back up that was hanging. Sherry, and she called herself, hey, you got a minute? Yeah. Where is the, and then she stops, and she goes, never mind. And I said, what? She goes, I was going to ask you where the hammer was. And she goes, you don't have any idea where the hammer is. And I said, no, baby, I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't keep it in your toolbox?
No. She was like, I don't know what I was doing. She goes, I think it's maybe for a wife instinctive to call their husband,
right.
But I realized calling you about this is what. I said, hey, good luck finding the hammer, baby. I don't have any idea.
I'll be right here.
I said, but I'm going to pull for the Braves when it's their mascot. All right, so
that's true.
Jim in Athens, Alabama. Jim, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Love hearing you.
Thanks.
Real quick, I moved here almost 3 years ago from West Virginia, and I've been listening to you guys since, so I love you very much. I'm proud to say my whole family is followers and servants of Christ, and I'm also a fellow ham with Bubba.
Oh, KJ. KJ44. Ham City.
But I had a real quick question. Last night, my daughter's boyfriend asked for our blessing to marry our daughter last night. So he's a very good Christian boy, and I was just wondering, is that something that people still do? I mean, I knew I had to. But
I
think
now
so.
Look, it's not readily available as it once was, but I think there's some of that still out there.
I've heard several lately having to run the dad down and asking them, so it's still going on.
That's good.
Yeah, it is. To Kevin in Tuscaloosa. Kevin, go ahead.
Rick, I got to have your help.
Okay.
I'm ashamed, and I hope none of my friends are listening. But I had my Husqvarna chainsaw out this weekend. I got the chain all sharpened up, and I was cutting down trees, and then my chain popped off. And I got my chain put back on, my oil ran out. Then when I got my oil back in, my gas ran out.
I know. You got to leave it, man.
Gracious.
I know you feel. Look, Bubba left
I'm giving it. I've got to, guys. I'm going to bury it this afternoon.
You got to go battery. Don't feel like you're stepping down. Look, Bubba even got a battery one. If he got one,
I have it in my truck right now.
Yeah,
I used one a couple months ago. They are nice.
My brothers are still out in the yard with their arms crossed, shaking their head at me.
I know.
What kind of chainsaw did you get?
The one that we got, and Bubba and I both have the same one, if I'm right, Bubba. DeWalt 16 inch, battery operated.
And I got the Limsaw version too.
And Bubba got the Limsaw. Look, so you can say this when people start trying to shame you in the handy world, saying that sounds like something Rick would do. You go, well, Bubba did it too, and you can feel better about it.
Let me tell you what too. If you're in a hunting situation, hunting camp, whatever, and you have a tree across the road, you go out there and cut it and not disturb everybody hunting.
I know,
because they can't hear you.
Can't hear it.
It's true.
I mean, it sounds like something. It's got an air runner.
Look, go ahead. Don't feel bad, man. Just make the move.
I mean, you might want to keep that gasping for the big jobs, but
but most of them are not big jobs. You get more work out of that other.
Yeah, big job I probably wouldn't do anyway.
I'd call somebody for that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Check Rick and Bubba University, the podcast from this past weekend. Great conversation with dear friend Rich Wingo. I think you'll love it. It was a lot of fun, good feedback coming in on it if you haven't caught it. Rick and Bubba University is a unique podcast, comes out most every week over the weekend, and this is separate from our daily archives on our podcast channel. It is a unique podcast. You can also watch it on Pluto Television through Blaze Television as well. All right, so a couple things we need to hit, Bubba. This birthday kind of touched both of us. I mean, this sounds like our kind of guy.
Well, got a real nice email over the weekend, Rick, from the family members of Lawrence Curd. He's 70 years old. They said he's a big fan of the show. He's a truck driver. He's out there making it happen on the roads. He listens all over the country where he goes, and he's from beautiful Steele, Alabama, where I spent a lot of time up on the mountain up there over the years. So we want to wish a very special day to Lawrence Curd today out there on the highways and byways.
How about Lawrence?
Lawrence.
Do you remember when we did the show from like a drag strip in Steele, Alabama?
Yes.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that. Yeah,
I know there's a big drag strip. I wasn't
Watch
there
it.
then.
What'd you say?
Drag strip.
You okay?
I remember when y'all did that, but I wasn't a part of it.
Yeah.
Didn't we, like, Mr. Lucky play there one time?
I think so. On the bed of
No, I wasn't.
That drag strip was a big part of our life.
On the bed of 18.
Now, how does that work with the drag race going on? Was it between
You got
heats?
It was before.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of PA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have no recollection.
Had
I
to
know
get
I
Bubba down
did it,
from-
but no recollection.
No, wait a minute.
Chandler
Just
Mountain.
imagine that booking. I tell you what we're going to do. We got you at a drag strip.
Yes,
And,
it was right down there in the valley, and the mountain was up behind us. That's a beautiful mountain.
pretty cool.
When we go back, because of
Chandler Mountain.
of the Mark Phillips thing, we're now going back to memories of Mr. Lucky. And then, of course, Mr. Lucky was around before the Rick and Bubba version of Mr. Lucky was formed. But so there's different lineups throughout the years. But
there was Mr. Unlucky.
Yeah, there's Unlucky. But here's the thing do you remember the Rick and Bubba version, which when we did that whole Marvin's tour, and we thought we were
I wasn't then.
We were coming. Yeah, no, this was the Rick and Bubba version. So we get off that tour and we're going to play a concert in Trustful. Is that right? Alabama?
Dog Days.
Yeah.
And undoubtedly there was some breakdown on communication. I mean, we've been playing on big old nice cool stages. We played at the amphitheater, and we pull up and they got pallets laid out in the middle of the outfield.
And don't forget, the sound crew showed up that sent the big ones.
Yeah.
So they were like, okay, we'll make a hybrid version.
And that was one of the longest days in Rick and Bubba history because we had the Funky Bus tour going on, and we were somewhere that morning. I don't remember
Yeah,
where.
because I showed up and
Did
went
the show
to
on location somewhere.
Yeah.
Y'all had the bus there because when I showed up, I went and we all hung out on the bus till showtime.
But do you remember the time I get there and I'm like, so the sound crew's like, where's the stage?
Yeah.
Because the guy had said, which we learned after that, we'll do our own staging. Oh, don't worry about that. We got a stage. Somebody's donated the stage. And I thought, well, that'll cut a little bit of cost.
Wasn't that nice?
Yeah. And you ever tried to
because they normally would run about $5,000.
You ever tried to play to a field full of people when you're the same level they are?
Oh yeah, and they're all around you.
Yeah, I mean,
you got
and Greg, it wasn't as big as this console.
I was there. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
There wasn't too much running and hopping around.
No.
What about?
And again, we have this huge sound crew and lighting crew that comes and handles everything, and they're like,
yeah.
Yeah, that was.
That's one of those things when you get there and you know you need to
miscommunication
make a change, but there's no time to make it.
Yeah, nothing you could do.
What you got?
Because we were coming in on like I say, we'd been off doing something, so we
Rick, I
got
didn't
there.
know about
I remember
traveling
getting
circus
there.
It was Mr. Lucky.
I remember getting there, Rick, and you coming up to me and saying, "Have you checked that stage out?"
Guys,
And I'm like, "No, where
The
is it?"
sound guys are just kind of looking at it. The lighting guys were like,
There
well,
couldn't have been worse of a stage for what we were wanting to do. You know, I'm like, well, this is going to cut down on pyro. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Wow. So it's just us playing.
Yeah. So we're just going to play on some pallets.
Yeah, we like to hide behind some explosions. And,
You're right. So front row, we're going to look eye to eye.
what's something?
Singing right to you. Ain't nobody behind you see us. Yeah, it was not good.
Because I pictured when I was on my way there, you know, when you play these outdoor things, the typical outdoor stage.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with the big, and I pull up and I went, oh, wow.
You talk about the kind we used to play on?
Yeah.
All right, so help me on which show this was. I think it was in Fort Payne, where we introduced the scissor list to the show. Was it that show? I remember you getting on one. I thought we were at the theater there in Fort Payne. I
No,
could
it's
be
at the
wrong.
amphitheater.
No, we definitely did it at the
Had
amphitheater.
them at Saks high
Was
school.
it Sachs?
Did we?
It might have been Sachs.
That was my first show.
I remember
by the
you
way,
getting
with Mr.
number
Lucky.
one, and you were like, "This isn't getting better than
Yeah,
this."
yeah. Well, our scissor lifts were fantastic.
I remember that because we were on the track.
Maybe it
and
was
then
Sachs.
right in front of the stadium.
Yeah,
and,
that was
y'all
fun.
had the scissor lifts.
That was
my first one. I had to pay attention because I didn't really know the songs that good yet.
Yeah. Couldn't enjoy it really.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Hadn't played in 10 years, and there I was.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Because we thought it'd be fun.
Hey, do you remember that one time though? All kidding aside, something happened. We went to play Fort Payne, and we thought we were going to be sitting here in a theater, and they had taken all the seats up. Do you remember that? And we got there, and it was like the regular floor. We were like, where are the seats?
I do remember that.
See, I think that's what I remember.
It was a downtown theater.
Yes.
One of them
Historic.
And we had played there before when it was set up normal on the Fat Chance tour. And then we went back to play for some other reason, and they were taking the chairs out.
Hey, where's the chairs?
There's
Hey,
nothing-
I don't remember
General
that
admission,
one.
Rick.
I don't
General
remember
admission.
that one.
Yeah, the chairs were
Well,
gone.
what did we do?
We just played with people standing down there on the floor.
I don't remember that.
Well, it seems like we played.
And they had them pushed up in a weird way.
We played
with-
Bevel State or something.
Oh, yeah. That was a nice setup.
Yeah.
It's real nice.
Oh, yeah. They always have good theater.
Yeah. But it was.
The JUCOs have good theater.
Look, when you were at the level we were and you're on the road, you could go to the big time, this is awesome, to, oh my goodness, what is this? And there's nothing worse than when the sound guy meets you in the parking lot. Hey, wait till you get here and see this. Hey, the chairs are gone. Hey, we're on pallets. I mean, those kind of things. And you think, because there were no cell phones then.
No.
So there was no anybody calling you and give you a heads up, hey, we need to do something.
Well, I had one, but nobody was calling.
Nobody else had one to call them on.
But that's when they were car phones and they were stuck to your car, or you had the little
bag.
The little bag.
Yeah. So did the I'm looking, Greg, at because I knew it was this week. I didn't realize tomorrow Dad turns 80.
That's right, he does.
Not alive.
How about that? 80 years.
80.
80.
Pop's going to be 80.
How about that? That's tomorrow. We'll have to remember that.
Imagine his attitude about it.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to be asked if Muhammad Ali's still alive again.
Yeah, he'll ask
All right.
that.
Okay, this is a good one. All right, so Ryan said he threw a guitar pick from one lift to you in another lift.
I
Do you
remember that.
and
Now y'all making
you
stuff
caught
up.
it.
And
Now
I remember,
y'all making
I remember
stuff
that.
up.
Sack.
In
It was
the
at Saks.
At the middle of the song, I screamed out. I caught that, by the way. It was just in the right hand.
Yeah, he said that, and in the middle of the song, you screamed, I caught it.
I have another memory of Ryan at that performance.
Again, Rick, I missed it because I was concentrating. So I didn't know the song.
I caught that, by the way. I remember that. Couldn't believe it. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Somebody say, Mother, Mother. All right, Valentine's Day, guys. It's just so you get, Greg, I know how you love this. You get past one thing, here comes the next one.
I know it.
Valentine's Day.
Golly.
Guys, go ahead, get this done. 1-800-Flowers.com. Get it, write it down. Make a note. Heard Rick and Bubba talking about 1-800-Flowers.com. Note taken. All right,
done.
Done. Let's get it done. All right, so here's what you can do right now. 1-800-Flowers does this right, and they have a terrific offer just for you for listening to this program. 24 multicolored roses. That's $29.99. Okay, this is a limited time offer. Or if she's more into red roses, we can upgrade you for 24 of those for $10 more. That's it. This is if you're pricing this, and the prices are going to go up as we get closer to Valentine's. So make a move now. 24 multicolored roses for $29.99. Upgrade to 24 red roses for $10 more. You can never go wrong with this gift. 1-800-Flowers.com. They pick their roses at the most peak time. They're cared for every step of the way before they ship them fresh to ensure that lasting beauty. You want it to last a while. And remember, the flower prices are going to go up soon. Supply and demand, right, Bub? That's how it works.
You got to be ready.
So move now. 24 multicolored roses, $29.99, or upgrade to 24 red roses for $10 more by using the code BUBBA at 1-800-Flowers.com. Just look for the radio icon. Click on that and put in the code BUBBA, and Valentine's Day is handled. So don't worry about that. All right, so this is something that we warn about, and I wonder if anybody will listen. But you need to listen.
I doubt it.
You need to listen. Not a problem for you to dislike Donald Trump if that's the way you see a politician, a president. There's been presidents I certainly didn't like, and you have every right to criticize. However, Spike Lee, if you're listening, I would caution you about saying things like this, because probably one thing, Greg mentioned it off the air, and he's right, we mentioned it on other issues, is Spike Lee has sharply criticized former President Donald Trump during a speech at the 86th Annual New York Film Critics Circle Awards. I hate I missed that. And Spike Lee said, what? We're living in a very serious time in America, almost as if Donald Trump won the election, by the way. Because those of you that oppose him, he didn't win, right?
He's gone, y'all.
All of us as true Americans have to really think about what's important. Thank you, Spike. Should we follow your example about what you think's important, or are you now the authority on what's important? There's no way possible to go before the iPhone and thank you guys without telling you what's in my heart. And he says, the whole world is laughing at the United States, the so-called cradle of democracy. We're at a crossroads now, and here it comes. Just stand by for this. And everyone, please be safe. This is not a game. These people got guns with ammunition. This president, Agent Orange, are you ready? Will go down in history with the likes of Hitler. These guys, all these boys, they're going down on the wrong side of history. Now, here's the problem with such an outlandish statement. You don't have to like President Trump. There were things about him I didn't like. You can be against him. You can think he's mean, hateful, egomaniac. You can do all those things you want to do. You can even disagree with his policies. Some of his policies I actually quite liked and would have preferred him over this administration we have now. However, the problem with comparing him to Hitler is now you're actually going to dumb down Hitler.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with this. This Hitler thing was a dark, twisted, evil part of history that we can't even wrap our minds around. As a matter of fact, it was so heinous and so evil, some people can't even believe it really happened and refuse to believe it really happened because they can't believe human beings could be so subhuman in the treatment of other human beings, okay? And I understand the difficulty. But see, now you're saying that Donald Trump, just someone that you found to be repulsive, you didn't agree with him, you probably, from what I've gathered politically, there probably hasn't been a Republican president that you thought was great. And you might have disliked him even more because he would actually fight back and reveal the left for who they really are. One thing he did do well, by the way. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, we want to say get to the big fight, stop the little fights. But
he stirred such an anger out of the left that they actually just screamed out, "You're darn right, I ordered the code red." Okay,
Yeah, I mean every day.
but can someone please hold Spike Lee accountable? Because can you imagine how it feels to be a Jewish person in this country, and you just heard Spike Lee compare President Trump to Hitler? See, that dumbs down Hitler. People go, "Oh, so Hitler must have been a lot like Donald Trump."
Yeah, he was just kind of loud, and abrasive.
He was loud, abrasive, misunderstood. Some people don't like that kind of New York attitude. Hitler must have had a New York attitude. No. See, they never think about that part of it. Yeah. They never think about that.
Well, if you'll read on, he starts bringing up about how they stormed the Capitol, his followers, and they're armed. And he's building up to that narrative that they're trying to sell you that them idiots that did that do not represent everyone who supported President Trump.
No.
And they're building that narrative that they're all out to get us. Now, he's not mentioning all the fires up in Washington and all that. I hadn't heard him mention any of that. Now, that's chaos.
Tacoma this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's not mentioning that, but you've got to be scared of them. Look what they did at the Capitol. They're all armed.
Well,
but compared to Hitler, like I said, that's the most offensive thing in the world.
Yeah, now you're dumbing down Hitler.
And I'm talking about for the people who were the victim of Hitler.
Right. That's offensive to compare Donald Trump to Hitler, not just to Trump.
Yeah,
but to take the evilness of Hitler and compare it to somebody who's
trying to exterminate a race of people.
I mean, come on.
That's
disrespectful to the people that suffer.
Yeah, that's so off the page. I'm trying to, in my mind, think, did he mean it in some other way? Was he trying? Was this just a bad comparison or something? Because did he mean it in that he was a negative leader of the country, not all the atrocities that went on? I don't know, because it's just
I think the atrocities trump anything else Hitler did.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word.
Yeah, I would say once you're part of that, you're kind of off limits.
But you see, it's so bizarre what he said. You try to find some way to make some sense of it. You may disagree with
it's
it.
the shock value. They're building this narrative how horrible and how dangerous his followers and all this is. They're still trying to sell that to you
and lump us all together.
Yeah, and we're going to throw Hitler in the middle of that. Oh my goodness!
But Bubba, if you're part of a cancel culture, you got to find something that everybody gets on board with. Oh wow, Hitler, that's provocative. Maybe they should be canceled. But here's the other part. Why did he not mention, and y'all alluded to this, let's say we give, like Bubba said, let's give Spike Lee some room.
I don't think there's any there, but I was just saying, is there anything there?
Hear me out. What if he had gone on to say, now I still think the Hitler comment's grossly irresponsible.
Yeah, there's not much on there.
But he's got the right to say it, and I got the right not to like it. I'm not out to cancel Spike Lee. Now, he would try to cancel me if I had said that about somebody that he voted for. Or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
But, I mean, I would be like the scourge of the earth for saying it. And how about this? Rightfully so, if I made that kind of comparison. But you still shouldn't cancel people just because you don't like what they said. But back to this. If he would have gone on to say, and we need to be gravely concerned about any lawlessness like this Antifa bunch, that now, even though Biden's been sworn in, they're still wrecking streets, breaking windows.
Oh, they're anti-Biden too.
And
they're anti-America.
They're anti any type of he sounds like that we've tarnished the democracy. Of course, it's a constitutional republic, but with democracy in play, we've tarnished a free country from Trump. But people who don't want any law and order, they're not tarnishing it. At least do it equal. At least include them in the list of things we need to be concerned about the way we look to the rest of the world right now. I kind of think the lawlessness in the streets of our major cities that are run by Democrats also looks bad. And
please tell me you saw one of the Portland, I guess, spokespersons or something like that. She said, well, we don't consider what we're doing lawlessness because windows don't have feelings. They're not people. So we have the right to break stuff.
So the windows in the Capitol building didn't care?
That was a quote.
That don't count because, you're right.
I mean, come on. You got to look at it both ways.
Yeah. Well, when you start saying that you want anarchy, I'm kind of thinking, that's not a revolution. That's lawlessness. That's just no law.
Well, a police car ran over somebody and it didn't injure them. It's hard to believe it didn't if you see the footage. But you're attacking the police car. I mean, you got ran over. It ain't like he'd run up on the sidewalk and found you and run over you. Yeah, you're in his path.
Yeah,
trying to get out.
When you're hanging on the side of it, trying to knock the wind out, and you get run over, it's kind of on you, pal.
It kind of is. Like I said, he didn't get up there on the sidewalk as you peacefully protest and ran over you.
So really, Spike Lee's not accomplishing anything. He's just playing home team.
How weird that we're talking about Spike Lee, and the last time we saw Spike Lee, we were at the Super Bowl in Tampa. And it's the Super Bowl in Tampa again in 2 weeks. How weird is all that?
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget charity charge today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations. Thanks in advance for enjoying delicious food from participating Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% of food sales today benefit the Burgess Memorial Fund, which hands out grants to evangelical ministries all over the world. And thank you for all who have supported through the BuzzBox sales, the Buffalo Wild Wing charity charges, and however, in other ways that you guys have supported what we do there. All right, so Greg has a problem that he needs help with.
I got a couple.
And it involves the dog Marty.
First off, my problem, I got, Buddy's there, and he's got a friend, Marty.
Now, where did Marty
Greg,
come
for
from?
people who are just tuning in, explain these names and who they are.
Buddy is a stray that somebody left with us. I forget how many. It's been a while, so I don't even know how old he is. I have no idea.
Also known as Buddy James.
Buddy James. Mr. Buddy James.
Okay.
Actually, is his full name.
Okay.
So Mr. Buddy James, a few months back, so we looked, there's a big giant white dog
I
out
remember
there
that.
with him.
I remember
and
that.
he wouldn't leave. Well, anyway, so Lisa put it on Facebook. Sure enough, because you can tell he belonged to somebody. And it happened to be people that we know, and they live behind us. So and they say, that's Marty. Anyway.
Their dog's name's Marty?
Yeah. So Marty actually took some of our mail over to their house one day. So Marty likes to carry stuff. But here's my problem. They're both urinating on my bushes. And they're killing them.
They're killing
Buddy
them?
was killing them enough.
Right.
I want to know, what do you do about that? How do you keep dogs from urinating on your bushes? Because, hey, we paid a lot of money for these bushes. And I'm talking about, I just looked at them yesterday. I was like, this is ridiculous. And
So it kills them for dogs to urinate on them?
Evidently.
Or just Buddy and Marty to urinate on them?
No, I don't know. Maybe they're doubles. But like I say, it was bad enough. But, I mean, there's got to be a trick. And then my other trick, we have a bird feeder out back. Lisa loves to look at the red birds. And I've got this rogue squirrel. And I know the answer to that. It's probably a 20 gauge. But
not 20 gauge.
No, 22.
22.
No, 20 gauge.
I mean,
shotgun.
You gonna shoot a 20 gauge at a bird feeder?
No, I'm gonna catch him off the feed.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure I hit him.
I think you could use a BB gun and it'd be less destructive.
Yeah, but I'm talking about done. But my point is, and he gets out there and hangs upside down and swings on it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Why do they eat birdseed anyway?
They love anything.
So he's messing up the red birds. Of course, Buddy will come run the birds off, but he won't run the squirrel off. I don't know what that is. I guess he's urinating on the bush.
Right. So
But I got my main problem. I got to do something about this. There's got to be a way to keep them. Do you spray something on it that stinks that they don't want? Of course, it may kill.
So it's killing all your bushes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Put a couple pieces of dark chocolate under there.
Rick.
Now
you're back to the 20 gauge.
we got the squirrel thing figured out, but.
So what happens is one of them scents them, and then the next one will come along and try to scent over the top of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, oh yeah. And boy, they got them on. You know, I could live with that one on the edge, I think, because he went out early. You know, it's basically when Buddy walks around the house, the first one he sees. Now the others are showing damage.
Yeah.
Well, now because you got Marty in there, you're double the.
That's it.
It's double trouble.
I don't know what.
Raise your hand if you love the name Marty as a dog.
I love it. You talking about Mr. Buddy James and his friend Marty?
Yeah, that's
awesome.
There's something about when like Adler did it, you've done it. When people name animals just regular names.
Yeah.
The first time I ever saw it was when Greg the Bull Olsen named his cat Doug.
Doug, yeah, that was the best one. And remember, he'd hold Doug, and he'd act like Doug was talking to him.
Yeah.
Remember how funny?
Yeah, what is it, Doug?
What'd say Doug? I don't know.
He leaned in there and he goes, Doug says he don't want to eat that.
Yeah. Well,
But
Jack's
yeah.
tearing up one of mine, and
Is he doing the same
but he
thing?
just focuses on one.
Well, I can live with one, but I'm now it's
Same problem.
Yeah, but only half of the bush is dying.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
he's
that's what it's
hitting it.
doing.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you. I didn't know that dogs killed bushes.
Oh,
if they
yeah.
got-
They would.
Well, there's got to be a way to make
you
it.
got to have. You got to
toxic
get a
urine.
smaller dog.
Maybe that
Not
would
as
do
much
it. Of course, I
volume.
had a couple of little Dachshunds that killed my boxwoods at my other house.
Really?
Yeah.
This is the bad side of a yard dog.
I don't know why I thought that I could have those bushes and him be out there, and then now his friend Marty's in there with him. Mm-hmm. But how about they do good now though? Marty does come, just plays, and then goes home. He used to lay out on the
He
floor.
knows to go back to his place now.
Now he'll get in my garage every now and then. I look and there'll be a giant box in the middle of the yard. He's found a box, or he actually took a cooler off of the like a shelf.
Really?
Yeah.
Marty's a little crazy.
Yeah, he's a good kid though.
Is he pulling in Mr. Buddy? James?
Yeah,
is he pulling in
they wrestle
him
the entire
as
time.
far as the mischief goes?
No, Buddy's not bad. You can set a trash can. I mean, just a trash bag out of the kitchen, and Buddy won't touch it.
Can I tell you what's hilarious?
I don't know why. Now you throw it like it's a napkin, he'll destroy it.
But are you saying Marty got your mail and took it back to the
Marty
other
did
person's
take
house?
mail home one time. That was just once.
He took your mail home, and now he's killing the bushes because he's teaming up with
I think
Buddy.
Buddy's killing more
Buddy
bushes.
James.
I mean, I like more. I want Marty. To
Is
keep
there a
coming
way
over.
to keep dogs
fun.
from
It's
doing
fun to
this
watch
on
them.
bushes?
But
Mark,
it's funny to me that Marty would get the mail and carry. I mean, what was he thinking?
I guess he
with
thought it
this?
was
take it home to my people.
Yeah.
That was just once.
Mark, do you have any solution to this?
Yes.
mothballs.
Mothballs? You just drop them around the plant. Of course, that looks good.
He'll eat them.
I thought that's for deer.
No, it'll keep
You
snakes
can,
running.
you can get big mothballs or small.
Well, you just put them under the bush, Rick.
You're on TV,
yeah,
too.
let's run around them.
Okay. Well, I want them small ones because your bush don't look good when you go look at that pretty bush. What's that white big knot down there?
Can you smell them like that outside?
Oh, I
Yeah,
don't know.
it'll
Why does
probably
everybody think-
smell so bad you couldn't get around them.
Why does everybody
I got a
think
lot of
mothballs
bushes, too.
Are the answer to everything?
I don't know.
What if I just bury them in the edge around the?
You could.
I don't
That
know.
might do it.
I don't think that's enough.
Scott in Birmingham, go.
What's up, guy? Hey, this is Ed. Hey, Speedy. Mothballs will work, but I had a customer used to put electric fence around her bushes.
Come on, we can't go that far.
Well, I'm not really that.
Well,
committed
if they hike their leg
Well,
and
no,
they
no,
get
no,
an
it
arc
wasn't
to it,
enough.
they'll
It was
quit.
just because she had one animal come off, like a beaver, always come up there and tear her trees up.
Yeah.
She lives on the water.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that much of a, it was just enough to just pop them.
Oh, I
Wasn't enough
see.
to hurt 'em.
Yeah, I just want to have to. That
Little
looks
zap.
good. That looks good around you, bro. Your bushes.
Well,
in
you
front
could
of
go
your
with
house.
you could. Here, can you imagine putting a collar on Marty and Buddy James and doing
Get
that? You just put the electric around the bushes.
Yeah, the invisible fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a lot. Try mothballs first.
You're in trouble.
Dang.
So let me ask you this: will they come back? Or are they gone forever? The
I don't
bushes?
know. We'll see this spring.
How's Lisa taking it?
Not good.
Not well.
That or bird feeders. You ain't have about it either.
Can I tell you what's hilarious? You know, these little moments where this little animal world, and you kind of like that movie Pets, where you don't know what they really do.
Yeah. Gosh, that's funny.
I think
Rick.
I
Is
caught.
that funny
I
or
think
what?
I caught. You know, we've named Greg and I both named our dogs Buddy because it's our favorite dog when we were kids. So my dog's Buddy, but he's 7 pounds and looks like a stuffed animal.
Yeah.
And I think I busted him in his world when he wasn't expecting it. So he stays out on the screened in porch most of the time. Well, there's a table out there, but we push the chairs underneath it, and they have little cushions to sit on if you ever go out there and want to sit down and eat out there or whatever. Of course, we don't do that much. It's the dogs out there now.
Yeah, it
But-
got
but
raised,
it-
didn't it?
yeah, so that was all a big waste of money. But anyway, well, I guess one of the chairs got pushed out a little bit from the table with Sherry cleaning up out there. She goes there and cleans it from time to time. And Greg, I ran in the corner, and he was sitting in the chair.
Yeah.
Like he had gotten up off the floor and gotten up in the
That's where he
in the
normally
chairs.
does.
In the
Sitting on the
chairs,
cushion.
and the chair's up a little bit. Look, and he don't see me, and he's sitting up there kind of looking outside. Also, when I round the corner, he spots me. And then he gets down out. He was sitting up in a chair like a little human being.
Which means he does it all the time.
Yeah, which means that must be his thing when I'm not around.
Well, they like to get up high.
Yeah.
You know, the higher the better.
Greg, I tried to figure out how he got up in it. I guess he just jumped
hey,
up
it's
and
amazing.
got it.
They can leap.
Greg, what about when you look and he's just sitting there? At one point, he was just kind of looking
He gave
outside.
you the
Yeah. Also, he turned around and saw, oh, sorry about that.
Back to my place before Rick beats me.
Didn't see. All right.
Here comes the
Get on your
Here
pillow.
comes the rubber hose.
Here comes the cattle prod.
You'll get back in line if you want to stay here.
Yeah.
See, people think you're serious.
I've checked the
Well,
last
Betty's been trying to talk Rick out of that dog for years.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I can just get Big Love out of college and him move too far away, she's got it. He's the only one hanging on right now. My favorite is to watch young Broderick, who tries to act like that he cares about it, but then all of a sudden I'll ask him things like, let me ask you a question I think I know the answer before I say it. Do I need to go there and put the dog up for the night? Like give him his last, take him outside, give him his little goodie and all that. I'm gonna go ahead and predict that you haven't done that. No, I said you didn't even care about it. No, Dad, I care. So he's still out there though, right? Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, I
Does
can't
he get
argue
to come in
against
and watch TV, Rick?
it. Yeah, when I'm down there. Yeah. He sits on his plate. I put him over in his little place, and he just lays there all snugly. Every now and then he'll look at me.
Just shaking, wanting to come to you.
And if I tell him it's okay, I'll let him jump up there with me. He's got to be clean, though.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and